for in the federal form, are you addicted to drugs? Are you using drugs? So the prosecution is saying because of that, he should have checked that he shouldn't have gotten a gun. And the 3 felony charges all relate to checking that box. But the prosecution has brought forth, you mentioned, they said they had to bring it all. I'm not so sure, because a lot of it also, I think, was to just dirty up Hunter Biden here, to show that he was not only addicted to drugs, but he took his family and members of his family down with him. They called ex-wife, they called ex-lovers, they talked about his drug-fueled lifestyle, they showed pictures of him half naked with a crack pipe, and they played excerpts from his memoir. So a lot of it, I think, was not necessary, and they still don't have anyone who can say that on the date that he filled out that form, they saw him taking drugs, or there's any evidence that on that specific date. There's a break with the defense here. The defense says they have to show that that he was actually on drugs then. That's what that form seems to indicate, and the form is kind of ambiguous. And the prosecution says, no, we don't have to show that it was on that date. We just have to show that he was a drug user. So, it must be a tough, and as you mentioned, the First Lady was there nearly every day. She went one day, she flew to France to be with the president during the D-Day celebrations, and then, she came back. So there's been a lot of family at that, at the trial to support Hunter Biden.
It sure has. Well, we'll talk again, I know, when this goes to the jury, but I have to ask you as well about Donald Trump's legal journey, which brings him into a virtual meeting today. I think if it were you and I, we'd have to show up in person, but a virtual meeting with his probation officer. What is this interview going to include, June? Well,
so it will be virtual, and his attorney is going to be present as well, which is also not usual for these kind of probation interviews. And NBC is reporting, just for a little fact, that it's going to be a female probation officer who's doing the interview with him. This, I think, will be unlike any other probation interview, because normally what they're doing is trying to get background facts. First, is there any criminal history? What's your family background? Are there family members to support you? You have any addiction issues, any physical problems, all those kinds of things that we know and the judge already knows about Donald Trump. But then there's the question of whether he'd be, and this is sort of an overarching theme, amenable to supervision. So does he accept the fact that he was, that he was prosecuted and convicted by a jury, and does he accept it, and will he follow the rules if he is given probation? So, and there's also, we know the aggravating and mitigating factors, and so does the judge. He violated the gag order more than 10 times. And he has said things, back and forth about the judge, which the judge won't take into account, but still, it shows that he hasn't respected the criminal justice system, as we've seen time and again.
Fascinating.
So I don't think that this is really going to be a help to the judge as much as if the judge didn't really know him, but the judge we all know these different facts about him. So we won't find out unless the defense releases it, because it'll be sent to the judge directly, and it usually isn't revealed until later.
Fascinating. And you're right. His lawyer, Todd Blanche, will be on the call. To think it's a Zoom meeting. June Grasso, great to see you. I'll be listening later. Of course, the host of Bloomberg Law and Bloomberg Radio, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, if you know what's good for you. We've got a lot to cover every day with June, my goodness, as we assembled our panel here. Jeannie Shanzano's back with us, you better believe, Democratic analyst, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And Chapin Fay is with us, Republican strategist, managing director at Actum. Great to see both of you, and thanks for joining. Chapin, what do you think about the optics here? I don't know if this thing's going to go public or not, but I mean, I keep hearing nobody cares. I've got a CBS YouGov poll today says 28% of likely voters actually will consider Donald Trump's conviction to be a major factor in their vote. But just the sort of demeaning optics of sitting for an interview with a probation officer, does it matter?
I think it matters a little bit, like that poll indicates. I think a lot of this stuff is baked in. We've been dealing with, Trump's supporters and voters have been dealing with these allegations and investigations for years now. We just went through a trial, a very public trial, where he was convicted. He's now a convicted felon. And now he has to go maybe meet with a probation officer. I don't know. I think they're gonna still coalesce around him. I think it's already baked in. And again, you're fighting over sort of independent voters who still sort of fall down partisan lines if they're leaners, right? If you're thinking about voting for President Trump, you don't care about the conviction, and you see this as a political persecution witch hunt. If you're leaning Joe Biden, it matters a great deal to you that his opponent is a convicted felon. So I think it will be demeaning, but I don't know 1-2% matter.
Well, Jeannie, maybe I'm part of the problem here. Because I'm putting these both together into the same conversation. Donald Trump, former president of the United States, running for a second term, convicted felon, meeting with his probation officer, versus Hunter Biden, son of Joe Biden, not running for anything, facing gun charges in this case. Should they be in the same breath?
No, you're never part of the problem, Joe Matthew, just part of the solution. So, they are part of the, they are part of the same conversation because, anytime a relative of the sitting president is, being investigated or in a trial like Hunter is, it's big news. Obviously, the same goes for somebody who's leading his party, the presumptive nominee. Certainly, we all know Hunter Biden is not on the ballot. I think one of the fascinating things I've witnessed on the Hunter Biden end is Donald Trump's reaction to it and the Republicans' reaction to it. The rhetoric has changed. We heard Donald Trump on Fox News a few days ago being empathetic to the situation Hunter Biden finds himself in as an addict. Talking about his own brother's problems with alcoholism. You don't hear the Republicans talking as much negatively about Hunter Biden as you did. So I think they are cognizant of the fact that so many Americans struggle with addiction that they have not been attacking him in the way they were just a few months ago. Could that change? Absolutely. But I think Democrats still trying to make hay out of Donald Trump's conviction, and we see the CBS poll. Around the edges, it has some impact. The 28% you talked about, it gins up the base for Joe Biden. But the reality is people care most about the bread and butter issues, and that's what Joe Biden needs to focus on.
Interesting rhetoric, as always, from Donald Trump in Las Vegas over the weekend. Chapin, we can talk about his references to the January 6 rioters as warriors. We can talk about a lot of the things he said about a rigged election and the border, but I'm curious your thoughts on his decision to show up in Las Vegas and propose eliminating taxes on tips, speaking, of course, to masses of people who work in the hospitality industry in Nevada, and it resonated with the crowd. Smart politics?
Of course. I mean, anytime you're talking about putting more money in people's pockets, it's smart politics. That's especially when it aligns with, for the previous conversation, the main issues that people care about, right? A few people care about, a few percentage points care about the conviction and Trump. And of course, a lot of this, the Democrats are trying to make this campaign a referendum on Trump.
If this were Joe Biden, though, you'd call it an election year stunt, wouldn't you?
Maybe. I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, this is something I think we'd be surprised if someone like Joe Biden offered this because it's, the left and Democrats are not usually in the habit of putting money back in people's pockets by lowering taxes. But again, if President Biden said he was going to lower taxes on hospitality workers, I would support that. I may call it an election year stunt, but I certainly would support the policy.
They're not mutually exclusive.
And by the way, the last exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
The last I'll say is everything that happens on both sides. You'll see from a couple months ago through Election Day is going to be declared a stunt anyway.
Well, that's the truth, and I don't know if any of that even matters, Jeannie. But people were calling just forgiving student loans an election year stunt. They've called the president's border executive action an election year stunt. Even if they agree with the policy, it's interesting here. Does Donald Trump have something to run on?
It is something. I mean, we are going to be debating taxes 2024, 2025 in particular in Washington, D.C. So this is a policy that, could find its way into the conversation. And I think there's going to be some pushback on it, certainly. But this is the reality of election year politicking. And at this point, I'm thinking most Americans who want to break on anything should consider moving to these 6 or 7 swing states. Because if you're living outside of those, you're not going to get much action on any of this, but move there and you get all of these kinds of things dangling. So, this is the reality of our election system, which probably needs to be reconsidered, but this is where we are today.
Philly, Wisconsin, Michigan, money falling from the skies. It does make us think, though, of this idea of, the union vote being up for grabs in this election. Jeannie and Chapin, it's something that we're not done talking about here, even as Joe Biden calls himself the most union-friendly president in American history. We've seen Donald Trump do very well with the rank and file. Even as the UAW endorses Joe Biden, this is just something that keeps turning around. And we're going to have a lot more with our panel here coming up. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, along with Chapin Fay, Republican strategist, with us from Actum today, and a lot more to cover. I've got good news for you. Kaylee Lyons is back with us. She'll be here for hour 2, and a special conversation with Erin Covey. We've been looking forward to this as well. With our eyes on the campaign trail, the new numbers out today, and another primary day tomorrow. One thing we haven't mentioned is Donald Trump's endorsement in the Nevada Senate race. Erin Covey from the Cook Political Report joins the conversation ahead with our next hour. We'll reassemble our panel, and Jonathan Panikoff will join us from the Atlantic Council with the latest on a potential ceasefire in Israel. We're just getting started on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Closing arguments begin in Hunter Biden's trial as Donald Trump sits for an interview with his probation officer. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, welcome back. This is the campaign of 2024.
Yeah, what a world we live in where we have a former president of the United States meeting today with people who could have a role in influencing the sentencing he ultimately receives for the 34 felony counts on which he was convicted. That sentencing, of course, is in a few weeks on July 11th. And in the meantime, Joe, Donald Trump is on the campaign trail, including a big rally this weekend in Las Vegas.
That's for sure. And we're tracking separately, of course, closing arguments in Hunter Biden's trial. Kaylee, we're hearing we could get a verdict as soon as today. It'll certainly be this week, and that'll be one more issue for Joe Biden to deal with on the campaign trail.
Yeah, something I guess he can think about on the plane ride over to Italy for
True
the
enough.
G7, being a president and a dad, perhaps running into a bit of conflict here. So we're going to have much more on that this hour. We'll also take a look at some of the key primaries happening tomorrow, including in the state of Nevada, where Donald Trump was this weekend. Aaron Covey of the Cook Political Report will be with us in just a moment. First, though, let's get a check on the markets. Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kayla Lines. Big, warm welcome back. Lots going on. We've got the Apple Worldwide Developers Conference kicking off right now in Cupertino. Right now, we do have Apple shares trading lower by about 0.7%, looking at a mixed market with the S&P trading higher, little changed, up 0.1%, up 5 points right now. Stock market struggling to gain much traction ahead of the Fed decision on Wednesday. We've got the Dow down 46 now, down 0.1%, and NASDAQ trading higher by 0.3%. 10-year 4.46% with a 2-year right now trading at 4.87%. Spot gold is moving higher by 0.8%, 23.13 the ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.7%, 77.59 a barrel on WTI. More consolidation in the energy industry as Noble Corp, the world's biggest offshore oil rig contractor by market value, has agreed to buy its smaller rival Diamond Offshore Drilling in a deal valued at about 1.6%. Wall Street likes the deal. Shares of both companies are advancing. Right now, Noble up by 5.5%. As for Diamond Offshore, it is surging by 10.4%. Cannot ignore NVIDIA. After that 10-for-1 stock split, it is trading today with NVIDIA shares advancing. Right now, we do have NVIDIA up by about 1.5%. NVIDIA, by the way, trading at 122.58. Again, recapping, stocks little changed, at least on the S&P, up now by just under 0.1%. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew. She's back. Here's Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am indeed Kaylee Lines, back in Washington after a weekend away. And Donald Trump also was elsewhere this weekend, Joe, in Las Vegas. Held a big rally in what I understand was pretty incredible heat.
Indeed.
And had a specific pitch to all of the hospitality workers that inhabit the state of Nevada. No taxes on tipped income is what he was pitching.
Pitching, I guess, on behalf of Congress, because you'd have to have legislation there, but I guess it all feeds back into the 2017 tax cuts becoming permanent, an argument that will be had here, certainly, if Donald Trump is elected to another term. But yeah, this is interesting. This is the stuff that, you know, is frequently referred to as an election year stunt, but it's one that certainly resonated with the crowd. And when you consider the importance of the Culinary Workers Union on the Las Vegas Strip that Joe Biden needs to win over to take that state, it's pretty shrewd. He also took a stand on a Senate race while he was there. So we've got a lot to talk about on the campaign trail.
Indeed, we do. What you're referring to, Trump endorsing retired Army Captain Sam Brown for the Senate race in Nevada over his former ambassador to Iceland, Jeff Gunter. Really interesting decision.
Doing the establishment move? I'm not sure. I want to hear more about this. We learned so much by talking to Aaron Covey last week here on Bloomberg from the Cook Political Report. We wanted to bring her back today and get into this, contributing author to the 2024 Almanac of American Politics. Aaron, it's great to see you. I wonder if we could start here on this one. Donald Trump, obviously, if he's reelected, can't just eliminate taxes on tips. But the way this seemed to resonate with the crowd makes me wonder if this could be an effective campaign message for him. Will we hear about this for the rest of the cycle?
Hey, well, thanks for having me on. I don't know. It seems like this is an issue that is kind of specific to Nevada voters, which obviously will matter heading into 2024. Nevada is obviously one of the swing states that we'll be watching closely that could determine the election. But it is one state where Trump has been doing a lot better in polling. Biden narrowly won this state in 2020. Clinton narrowly won it in 2016 by a slightly larger margin. And so this is one state that could certainly be an impact.
Yeah, and of course, to your point, it is a state that we will get some insight into with the results from primaries tomorrow. One of those primary races, of course, is for this Senate race, Aaron, and I wonder what you make of the endorsement that Trump gave to Sam Brown, the aforementioned retired Army captain, over someone that was part of his administration as an ambassador to Iceland. What does this signal about the Trump endorsement and the way in which it may be changing in this election cycle relative to the past ones we have seen?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Trump has been very involved in the previous races and Republican primaries. I think he's been a little less involved in endorsing down ballot candidates this cycle relative to previous cycles. But I would say as a whole, some of those endorsements have been a little more, I guess, disciplined would be the right word for it compared to previous cycles. Sam Brown was the pick of Republican Senate leaders. They believe he is the best position to take on Jackie Rosen in the Senate race this November. And so, this was an endorsement that I think, was kind of up for grabs, definitely. Like you said earlier, Jeffrey Gunter, the former ambassador to Iceland, was also running, obviously a member of the Trump administration previously and had his own connection to the Trump world. But I think this shows that Trump is a little more aligned maybe with the Republican establishment than he has been in previous races.
Well, that's a really important part of the story because, he was supposed to roll out this endorsement at the rally. He hardly mentioned Sam Brown, and then shows up on Truth Social late at night talking about this fearless American patriot, his pure grit and courage to take on our enemies, he wrote, both foreign and domestic. So did somebody get to Donald Trump? Did he get a phone call from Steve Daines? What happened on Sunday?
I don't have any inside information on that specifically. But, I think it's important to also note that Sam Brown was already favored to win this race. He's the only one who is really spending a significant amount of money, has a huge advantage over the other candidates as far as fundraising goes, and also ran for Senate last cycle. And so already had a bit of a base to draw from. And so I think, Brown was favored from the get-go, and this kind of cements his status as the favorite.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be watching to see what happens in Nevada tomorrow. There's other races, though, that we are watching closely, Aaron, including in South Carolina, Congresswoman Nancy Mace facing a primary challenge. She has been an interesting figure in the House of Representatives. She, of course, is one who voted for the ouster of former Speaker Kevin McCarthy last year. How vulnerable is she?
Yeah, so throughout this cycle, McCarthy has been on a bit of a revenge tour. He obviously has a little more time on his hands now that he's no longer in the House, and he's been supporting challengers to the 8 Republican members who ousted him last year. Now, Mace, I think, was kind of in a unique position because she had previously been an ally of McCarthy, and McCarthy and his allies had spent significantly to help her in previous races. She had faced competitive primaries, competitive general elections before, so she is no stranger to tough races. But now she has McCarthy's political operation going against her. I believe up to $5 million has now been spent against her in that primary, and for Catherine Templeton, who is a former member of Nikki Haley's administration, who is challenging Mace, and is the one that McCarthy is supporting. But I will note that Mace does have the endorsement of Trump here, which I think kind of took the wind out of Templeton's sails. That happened a couple of months ago. And so I think most folks I've talked to in the state believe that she is favored to win this primary, but could be a little closer than she wants it to be.
Indeed. What are the odds that this goes to a runoff?
I think most likely it doesn't. There is a third candidate on the ballot. And so in South Carolina, if no one gets 50% of the vote, that means the top 2 finishers will go to a runoff 2 weeks from now. Mm-hmm. I think most folks I've talked to think that Mace probably will hit that threshold and be fine, but certainly a chance.
It's interesting to talk about or consider the idea that Nancy Mace does have the endorsement of Donald Trump, despite being one of the ones who moved to oust Kevin McCarthy last year. A number of others, though, including some in the House Freedom Caucus, are not receiving the same support from Donald Trump. In fact, he has vocally endorsed Virginia State Senator John McGuire, who is primarying Bob Good, the chair of the Freedom Caucus in Virginia. And there was reporting today from Punchbowl the idea that a lot of members of the Freedom Caucus are quite unhappy with the decisions Trump is making in regard to his endorsements. I realize this comes back to a certain degree to the question I began with, Aaron, this idea that maybe the Trump endorsement is changing from, say, what it was in 2022, when a lot of the candidates that he decided to back ultimately did not win their races.
Yeah, I think that's right. And he's certainly ruffled some feathers in the Freedom Caucus wing of the party. Bob Good is in a kind of uniquely difficult position because he has drawn the ire both of Trump and then for endorsing DeSantis. That was kind of what originally started this rift back last year. But he also has made an enemy of McCarthy by voting to oust him last year. And so you have McCarthy's political operations spending heavily in support of McGuire and against Good. And then on top of that, you have Trump and some of his allies also backing McGuire. And so that endorsement is now, of course, all over the airwaves. McGuire has a pretty significant advantage on TV at this point. Now, I've seen polling that shows Good eking it out a win. Ultimately, I've seen polling that shows McGuire ahead. So I think this is really going to be a jump ball next week. But I think it's fair to say that Good is probably the most vulnerable Republican incumbent in a primary compared to folks like Mace. And then there are a couple of other incumbent members who have been critics of the House Freedom Caucus who Trump has also endorsed. So that's William Timmons in South Carolina, also has a primary tomorrow from Adam Morgan, who is actually the chairman of South Carolina's House Freedom Caucus and has a lot of grassroots support in that district. This is in upstate South Carolina. And so I know that is one race where he has the support of a lot of folks on the ground in the more conservative wing of the party, and people are not happy with Trump for endorsing Timmons.
All right, Erin, great to have you back on Balance of Power. Erin Covey of the Cook Political Report, where she is an analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. And we want to continue the conversation we were just having with Erin and bring in now our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and Chapin Fay, Actum managing director and Republican strategist. Chapin, I would just like to begin with you on where we ended with Erin, this idea that Donald Trump is picking more moderate or establishment candidates, it seems, to endorse this time around versus some of the more firebrand type that it seemed he was attracted to in cycles before this. What do you make of it?
Well, I think he's got a professional campaign team around him, this campaign in particular, and I think they're making decisions based on winning rather than, personality or, a mercurial candidate. So I think what you're seeing is sort of a professionalization of the Trump campaign this time around, and he sort of has some old school top-notch consultants and staffers around him, along with the original folks that I think has brought some real heavyweights to the team. And I think what you're seeing is more political calculation among the inner circle in Trump's campaign.
Well, this endorsement in Nevada is noteworthy after what we saw the RNC and Laura Trump say about Larry Hogan in Maryland. Jeannie, that didn't sound like the establishment. The NRSC probably freaked out when the RNC suggested that no one should have any respect for Larry Hogan because he didn't support Donald Trump in his criminal trial. Is this just a good day for the campaign, getting its say instead of the candidate, or do you see a trajectory, kind of an evolution for Donald Trump to become more mainstream during this cycle?
The one I feel bad for here is Bob Good. He traipsed down with his red tie on down to the trial in Manhattan, and like the next day, Donald Trump said, "I'm going with the other guy." And I think with the RNC and Lara Trump rather, on the Larry Hogan thing, the issue was about the fact that he had dared to cross the line of being mildly, you can't even say critical of Trump, but saying, we should respect the conviction and what the jury had to say. I think he thinks things are different out there. And when you look at Nevada, and it was interesting to me that he waited until he left to make the endorsement is another interesting part of this. He didn't say it while he was on the ground. He waited until he left. And it's going to be curious to see how many of these Freedom Caucus members, these conservative members, how much they're willing to put up with this, because they are starting to be a bit openly critical when you read the Punch Bowl piece that Kaylee mentioned a little while ago.
Well, as we consider the power of the Trump endorsement, we should also consider the power or not of Donald Trump's message and what he's bringing to many of these states, including Nevada, where Chapin this weekend, he was basically pitching, though he would need congressional approval, untaxed tipped income, trying to sell it to hospitality, culinary workers that are so important in that state. Is that going to work for him, even if it's a promise that he isn't necessarily unilaterally able to keep?
We'll see. I mean, I think it's a good idea, and I think it was the right place and the right time. There are 6, maybe 7 swing states that'll probably shrink as time goes on, not expand. The two campaigns are fighting over such a small percentage, right? In Nevada in 2016 and 2020, that state was won by the Democrats by just over 2 points. The polling has the two candidates, within the margin of error. I think the last round of polling had Trump up a point in Nevada. There are 300 Hispanic voters, 300,000 Hispanic voters there. There's the union, as you mentioned, and you have to reach out to all those folks. This election could be decided, in theory, by fewer than 30,000 votes in Nevada. So I do think it's an important piece of this campaign puzzle for President Trump. And I think, coming up with unique policy proposals, while they can be maybe tried to be dismissed as election year stunts, I mean, that's what an election year is, right? So they're going to be unveiling all sorts of new creative policy proposals. So I think it was a good one. I think it was in the right time and the right place for him.
I don't know anything about election year stunts here, Chapin. I want to ask you both.
Me neither.
Well, I want to ask you both about this race for Nancy Mace and this primary that we're going to be watching in South Carolina, if only for the Kevin McCarthy effect. Jeannie, this is part of his own retribution tour, as I think Aaron noted a little bit earlier in the conversation. What will this tell us about the political landscape in the Republican Party if Kevin McCarthy can land this one?
It would be a big win on his retribution tour, as you say, for Kevin McCarthy. I think the fact that Mace has the open endorsement of Donald Trump was a big coup for her. There's very little polling in these local races that is public, so it's hard to say, but some of the latest I've seen shows that she might squeak this out. She's also got some issues in Congress as well. So she's got her work cut out for her. She probably holds this out. But again, this may be only because of Donald Trump's endorsement. So I think of it a lot more to do with Donald Trump. Imagine if he had stayed quiet or gone with Templeton. That would have been a big problem for Nancy Mace.
All right, great conversation with our great panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Chapin Fay. We're going to have more with Jeannie and Chapin as we make our way closer to the presidential campaign trail. And Kaylee, the idea of debates that some of us are still having a hard time wrapping our heads around. We do have an agreement on rules, though, for the presidential. The question is, could there be anything that interrupts this? And will there be a vice presidential debate? Kamala Harris says she will be at the CBS studios, whether anyone else shows up.
Yeah, remember Donald Trump, on behalf of his still not named VP, accepted a Fox debate, not the CBS one. So we're all still...
I'm getting confused.
Trying to figure out what's going to happen.
It'll be quite a moment if it does.
Indeed.
Kaylee's back. We'll have a lot more straight ahead on the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power. Stay with us with more from our panel, only on Bloomberg.
7:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average trading lower. S&P, NASDAQ, they are both advancing right now. Little change. That is perhaps the key takeaway ahead of Wednesday's Fed decision. Complete coverage, by the way, on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio, as you have come to expect over the years. S&P right now up 5, gain there of 0.1%. The Dow in the red, lower by 0.1%. Little changed, while NASDAQ is higher by 0.3%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares lower, also little change, down less than 0.1%. We've got the 10-year now yielding 4.47% with a 2-year at 4.88%. Spot gold up 0.8%, 23.11 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%. WTI 77.66 for a barrel of WTI. NVIDIA's 10-for-1 stock split gone into effect. Investors getting 9 additional shares for every one that they already owned. NVIDIA's stock price, by the way, has more than doubled this year after more than tripling in 2023, and it's now the third most valuable company in the S&P 500 index. NVIDIA shares today, they are advancing. Right now, we do have NVIDIA shares trading higher by 1.5%. Again, recapping a mixed Monday here. S&P trading higher by 5 points, up by 0.1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Well, we're gearing up just a few weeks from now for the first presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. That takes place on June 27th in Atlanta. We still don't know, what the exact date will be for the vice presidential debate. That could come in July or August. And we only really know of one person who has agreed to show up to the debate hosted by CBS, and that is Vice President Kamala Harris, of course, knowing that we do not yet have a vice presidential selection from Donald Trump at this time, Joe.
So the campaign's supposed to commit to a debate even though they don't know who's going to attend? I mean, technically they have, right? The Trump campaign agreed to a Fox debate.
Yes, not the CBS debate.
The CBS hosted debate is the one that Kamala Harris says she'll be at. Quote, I'm planning on being at the CBS studios in either July or August, she told Politico, presumably, I guess, with or without someone else. So we could have an empty podium debate? Is that what we're talking about?
Potentially, which who knows if that would be preferred by the vice president and her team.
Because we don't have a name.
Yeah.
Let's assemble the panel. This is where we begin right now with Jeannie Shanzano, of course, Democratic analyst, Bloomberg Politics contributor, joined today by Republican strategist Chapin Fay from Actum. Great to see you both. What's up with the power play on this one, Jeannie? The playbook at Politico says they got a phone call from Kamala Harris. I don't know how often she's ringing you up, but this is an interesting message. It's almost like she's daring the Trump campaign to commit to something here.
That's right. She doesn't ring me up enough, Joe. It's few and far between. And it was a really interesting piece in Politico. And of course, they are going forward trying to be aggressive like they were on the presidential debate. Obviously, they don't know who her opponent will be. And then, of course, you have this specter of Donald Trump saying on Friday on Truth Social that we've got a vice presidential debate scheduled on Fox. So at this point, I'm suspecting we could have vice presidential debates with empty podiums on both CBS and Fox News, and that's how we're going to be asked to choose. I mean, it's unwieldy at this point.
Great process.
Yeah, indeed. I guess we do have to consider that it is such an unknown factor who would be debated against by the vice president. Chapin, if you were on the Biden-Harris campaign, who is the opponent you would like to face the second part of the ticket?
Well, as a Republican on the panel, I'm not sure she wants to face any of them. I think, most of the reports we've heard about who's being vetted are all politicians who have their own constituencies, have been doing this for at least some period of time, and have had some level on the main stage, some time on a main stage. And I think for the vice president, normally, I would give the tie goes the runner, tie goes the incumbent. I would put the edge to her. And typical campaign conventional wisdom is if you're the incumbent and you can avoid debates with your little to no name ID challenger, maybe they would prefer her being on stage by herself so as not to elevate any potential opponent. But I think she has the same problem, or maybe to a lesser degree, as some of the other Republican vice presidential candidates. Right? You have to remind the world that you exist, introduce yourself, continue to introduce yourself. I think Kamala has to, like all vice presidents, figure out how to be her own person and step out of the shadow, have a win at the debate, but not overshadow or do anything to hurt the president. So she's got a little bit more pressure on her, I think, going into that. Though introducing yourself to the global stage as an unknown local politician out in the states, if Trump goes that way, is also a big task. So I think the vice presidential debate is important for both candidates, whoever they may be.
Jeannie, we're coming off a weekend in which Donald Trump was busy raising money on the West Coast. He met with some heavy hitters, some big donors last week, and has been turning the tide in this money story here. Unless you're paying attention to Won't Pack Down. This is a really interesting story. Politico suggesting that this new PAC, not to be confused with the Won't Back Down, working with Ron DeSantis, they're going to raise and spend up to $25 million. This is Hollywood pedigree here, Jeannie. We're talking about millennial and Gen Z writers, directors, and producers from Hollywood. Listen to this. These creatives, with credits from Saturday Night Live to Parks and Recreation, have been meeting monthly for the last year in a rented loft-style conference room in downtown LA to figure out how to craft video messaging that will appeal to young voters, the same people you see on campus every day. Are they capable of doing this?
They're capable, yes. They've got to sell what's out there, and what's out there is not particularly appealing to young people is the challenge. But I think what we're going to see from, both sides is going to be an attempt to focus the attention on the other. So for Joe Biden, that will be Donald Trump, and raise the specter of you must fear what could happen should he get back in office, and vice versa. So I think we're going to see that. And, you think about the CBS poll yesterday, YouGov, that's what they essentially showed, is that whoever this election is about is going to be on the losing end. And so these folks, yes, they're capable of doing it. They're from Hollywood. It is going to be an uphill battle, though, because they are not selling some young comedian or young actress, if you will. There's, in this case, they've got to sell something that's not particularly popular, according to the polls on both sides of the aisle.
Well, that's very true. We're talking about two presidential candidates who are not popular much at all. But one of them, Donald Trump, has been gaining more traction with groups that Biden was largely able to capture in 2020, Chapin, including young people, but other demographics as well, including Latinos and Black voters. Can that be arrested, or is that turning tide too strong at this point?
I think it's too soon to tell, but I agree with you. I see, particularly high school age into college, it's not like it was 10 years ago. The conservative movement has taken hold primarily among young men as well, college-age men. So I do think it's a problem that needs to be addressed. But look, if I'm going to go talk to average everyday Americans throughout the country, I'm not sure Hollywood folks would be my first stop on the top of the list there. And 25 million. This is just real politics. This is a unreliable voting group. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean, it takes money, effort, resources to get them to vote consistently. So it is a group that needs attention in the campaign and resources. So in that respect, I do think it's good for President Biden's team to be doing this and to be thinking about it. And again, it's a battle. It's a war. You have to fight for every vote you can. So this makes sense to me. I think President Trump should be doing the exact same thing and sort of, lean into what I feel is already an undercurrent, starting to make pop into the mainstream.
Hey, Jeannie, Donald Trump has a birthday this week. He turned 78 years old on Friday. And as Mike Allen reminded us this morning in Axios, he will then become the oldest person to ever accept the nomination of a major party. Joe Biden was 77 when he did this last, and he'll take that record again later on in the year. But does the Biden campaign need to start reminding people that Donald Trump is not that different in age?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's fascinating. What, they're not going to do a big party out there so we can all see it, celebrating his birthday?
I guess not.
they're going to have to talk about it and say the fact is that there's not a lot of difference between our ages. The problem for the Biden team is that Joe Biden, quite frankly, comes off as less energetic than Donald Trump. I mean, we saw it over the weekend. Donald Trump out in the blaring heat. Sure, he was talking about sharks and all kinds of things that made very little sense. But he was out there in the blazing sun with, apparently no monitor working, and he was able to look energetic. So it's the vitality issue that's hurting Biden. But the age they can talk about, but he needs to be out there talking to the press and the American public, as he was over the weekend and jet setting back and forth between Europe to show that he's vital. As he likes to say, he's got to show it, not keep saying it.
Kaylee, you were hanging out with alligators over the weekend on a swamp tour in Louisiana. Did you see the trumpet on the sharks? I'm going to ask everybody this now. If you're on an electric boat with a battery and it's sinking, do you stick with the boat and risk being electrocuted, or do you jump in the water with a shark 10 feet away? He chose to stick with the boat. I think I might do the same. Jeannie, shark or boat?
I'm boat. I'm with you. You and Donald.
Chapin, do you go for the shark or do you stay in the boat?
I have no idea what the right answer is, but I'd probably stay with the boat and would just add that this feels like an apt metaphor for the question voters are going to be answering for in American politics this year.
Thank you for both of you humoring me, and apologies to Kaylee. I'll have to think about this a little bit.
I think I'd take the chance with the shark. You just punch him in the nose, right?
How about that?
They go away.
You're the one who was rolling with alligators, not me. Great panel. Jeannie Shanzano, Chapin Fay. We thank you both for being with us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. Let's get up to date on the news. What do you think? Nancy Lyons has world and national news from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Closing arguments are underway in Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial. Attorneys for the president's son rested their case today without calling any more witnesses. Prosecuting attorneys are telling jurors right now no one is above the law as they press for a conviction. Hunter Biden is accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs. That was back in 2018. His attorneys say he had completed a drug rehab program before buying the gun. Former President Trump is expected to virtually attend a pre-sentencing interview today in his hush money case in New York. The interview is being conducted by a probation officer to put together a report that recommends the appropriate punishment for the judge to impose when the former president is sentenced July 11th. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is back in the Middle East, where he's hoping to negotiate a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Earlier today, he met with Egypt's president and urged him to press Hamas to say yes to a deal. He's also meeting today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Extreme heat will continue to impact the West and move eastward throughout the week. There are excessive heat warnings in parts of California, Arizona, and Nevada that extend through Wednesday. The National Weather Service says scorching temperatures in the triple digits will move into the central U.S., and the East is not going to be spared, with temperatures in the 90s from Florida all up to New England. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with headlines out of the WWDC event in Cupertino, California. Right now, we do have Apple shares at the lows of the session. Got to keep in mind, Apple stock was down heading into the event, but right now, Apple shares lows of the day down now by 1.5%. Apple did unveil the latest version of the iPhone's operating system at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference, where it's also expected to tout new AI capabilities. But right now, Apple shares slumping by 1.6%. PayPal shares, in the meantime, are moving lower as Apple shows off its tap to cash feature. Shares of PayPal down now by 1.2%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading mix right now, little change. Perhaps the key takeaway right now for the Dow, down 6 points, down less than 0.1%. S&P also little changed, higher ahead of the Fed decision Wednesday, up less than 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 17, up by 0.1%. 10-year yield, 4.47%, with a 2-year, 4.88%. Gold up $17 the ounce to $23.11, a gain of 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.7%, $77.60 for a barrel of WTI. In addition to Apple, we got the headlines today out of Elliott Investment Management calling for new leadership at Southwest Airlines and an overhaul of Southwest business strategy after revealing a $1.9 billion stake in the U.S. carrier. Southwest shares, they're surging now by just about 8%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P little changed, up less than 0.1%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. Great to see you, Charlie. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we return to shuttle diplomacy for the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, now making his 8th trip to the Middle East since the 7th of October. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines here in Washington. And Kaylee, we're looking for results. These trips have obviously come now number 8 here, but the breakthroughs have been difficult for the Secretary of State to find. In fact, sometimes it's a bigger headline when the CIA director, Bill Burns, shows up in Qatar to move the ball, and you start wondering what the value of these trips can be.
Well, especially when the trip's point, so many of them have been to push for another temporary ceasefire agreement that to this point has not yet come to fruition. Time and again, the Secretary of State has traveled to the Middle East only to return essentially empty-handed without anything ultra tangible that he can point to, because still no ceasefire has been put into place.
Yeah, some interesting headlines over the weekend. Of course, we saw the rescue of 4 hostages, but it came at a high cost. 4 Israeli hostages. Israel says its forces killed around 100 Palestinians. The Hamas-run health ministry says it actually was in the area of 270, Kaylee. So this balancing act continues, and you're right. There are questions about, particularly the wake of Benny Gantz stepping down from the war cabinet, whether we're further away now from a ceasefire than we were a couple of weeks ago.
Well, that's a question we want to pose now to Jonathan Panikoff, who is joining us, director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Middle East Program, also former Deputy National Intelligence Officer for the Near East at the National Intelligence Council. Jonathan, always great to have you here on Balance of Power. I wonder, to Joe's point, what you make of the events that have taken place over the weekend and what it translates to in terms of likelihood of a temporary ceasefire deal going into place. Does the release of 4 hostages, or rather the rescue of them, put more pressure on the Netanyahu government to agree to something that would allow for the release of dozens more, or does it do the opposite?
Thanks so much for having me. Great to be with you as always. I think actually it may unfortunately have the opposite effect, obviously unintended as a consequence. But the reality is you have from a number of folks on the right in Likud in Israel and some of the ultra-nationalists, folks like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who have been saying, no, there should be absolutely no deal with Hamas. We should keep going and conduct a war until it's concluded and Hamas is destroyed. And yes, we can at the same time also deal with the primary objective of rescuing the hostages. I think that's obviously a fallacy, to be totally honest. It's 8 months in, and the number of hostages Israel's been able to rescue is well under 10. But the reality is now what we're seeing is I think that'll give life to this idea and some credence to it, given understandable jubilation in Israel over the rescue of these hostages over the weekend.
Well, so do you expect to see further raids like this? And with each one, does a ceasefire become more difficult?
I don't know that a ceasefire becomes more difficult. I mean, I would think, look, any country, and there's certainly any Western democratic country that's had hostages for 8 months, will try to rescue them if it's a possibility. But just to rescue these 4 took weeks, if not probably months, from what I'm hearing, of planning. Obviously, you're not going to be able to rescue the remaining 60, 70, 80 hostages, however many are actually left alive right now, through raids like this. It would take years upon years. And so I don't think it changes the calculus of the need for some sort of negotiated hostage release for prisoner swap. But I do think it certainly creates a situation where Sinwar now has an excuse again through propaganda of saying how many were killed to say, no, there's no reason for me to negotiate. Look what Israel is doing. And that can complicate things right now.
Yeah, the ratio is certainly something to consider here. You save 4, but nearly 300 lives, according to Hamas, were lost in the process. So it comes back to what the Secretary of State is really going to be accomplishing on this trip, Jonathan. If you think actually the likelihood of a ceasefire agreement being reached in the near term is now less than it was, is Anthony Blinken going to walk away with nothing? Again, is this getting a little bit embarrassing diplomatically for the United States?
Look, I think it's never a bad thing to try. When you're in a war and you're in a crisis, and the U.S. still remains probably the only country that may be able to have some influence on the Israeli side, though I think it's less, frankly, as we're seeing, than everybody has thought it might be in the region. I think it's always worth trying to create a ceasefire and get to a stage of peace. That said, I'm not particularly optimistic. I do think right now this is about Sinwar. Hamas, for a long time now, has been viewed as a monolithic organization, and I think that's wrong. There's many fragments of Hamas, some of the political ones in Gaza, some of the political ones in Doha. The reality is, though, the only person that matters when it comes to Hamas right now is Yahya Sinwar. And for him, there's not a lot of benefit to agreeing to a ceasefire. And if he doesn't agree to a ceasefire, well, then there's no pressure for Netanyahu to ultimately agree to one either, because Hamas has to go first at this stage. That's what the pressure from the Biden administration was about. I think Secretary Blinken is trying to emphasize that for his travels throughout the region, including in Egypt. We'll see what happens, but obviously I think we're not nearly as optimistic as a lot of folks were when the president originally gave his speech 2 weeks ago.
Well, with that said, Jonathan, the U.S. is asking the United Nations Security Council for a vote on its latest resolution here for a ceasefire in Gaza. What impact, if any, would that have?
Look, I think it could, again, increase the pressure and try to compel anybody who might have influence on Hamas to try and pressure Sinwar. But the reality is it's probably not going to have much of an impact. I think it's always good when the world speaks in a unified voice. And I think we've seen that in smaller forms. So the G7 statement supporting President Biden's initiative, the Arab Quint statement supporting the president's initiative. Obviously, additional momentum, keeping it in the headlines is always important. But in terms of actual impact, I think it's probably going to be minimal in the end.
Jonathan, we also want to make sure to ask you about the departure of Benny Gantz from the Israeli government. On the one hand, of course, it was in part protest to Prime Minister Netanyahu's handling of the war. On the other hand, what this leaves in the war cabinet is much greater influence, perhaps, of the far right, considering Gantz was a moderate. What should we make of his departure and the difference it will make going forward in Israel's conduct in this ongoing war?
It's a great question. The reality is this has been a long time coming. Both Gantz and Yoav Gallant, the defense minister who is part of the war cabinet, have been arguing for months there needs to be, from Netanyahu, a post-war plan for Gaza. Obviously, the international community and the U.S. has prioritized the Palestinian Authority playing a major role. Netanyahu said no to that. And so if the answer is no to that, what is the actual plan? And that's not clear yet. And that frustration is what led Benny Gantz to decide we can't do this anymore and take his party out and for himself to leave the war cabinet. whether
So
it's actually going to have.
Is it a cabinet of two then? What happens?
Yeah, so look, the war cabinet had 6 members, only 3 were voting. You've got 2 options. One is that Netanyahu can replace Benny Gantz. Obviously, ultra-nationalists like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich have both said they want the seat. I think that's unlikely to happen. I think Netanyahu knows that it's probably suicidal for him with the international community, given how toxic those 2 are. I think he could replace them with a Likud member and somebody who's been more loyal, or he could decide he's going to disband the war cabinet. But all of these have risks. So if he disbands the war cabinet, then you're in jeopardy of every major decision related to the war having to go to the full cabinet. And if it goes to the full cabinet, well, once again, the ultra-nationalists are there who are pushing not only for an opportunity to push harder against Hamas and eliminate Hamas, but have been very clear they want settlements to return of Israelis to Gaza. They want to be able to push further into the West Bank. And you're talking about something that's likely to actually increase tensions at a time where I think everybody recognizes the need for them to come down a little bit.
Especially, Jonathan, considering it's not just tensions between Israel and Hamas, but in the wider Middle East that could potentially be amplified from this, knowing prior to October 7th, there was an effort underway for Saudi normalization, an effort that obviously was disrupted by the events of that day, everything that has happened thereafter. Yet that is also something that the U.S. is pushing, and I'm sure is on the mind of Antony Blinken as he makes this latest trip to the Middle East. How should we be considering the Saudi factor?
Yeah, look, the Saudi normalization deal has been on the table for a while. I think in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, there was a contention by some that now normalization's off the table. The reality is Saudi normalization with Israel is about one thing, and it's not Israel. It's about U.S. security guarantees and U.S. engagement with Saudi Arabia over the long term. Saudi Arabia is desperate to try and redefine their economy and to have a Vision 2030 actually implemented. And that means a move away from hydrocarbons. The only way Saudi Arabia is going to be able to successfully diversify their economy is to ensure their security is sacrosanct. And to do that, you either need to have really good relations with everybody in the region, something hard to imagine, even with the rapprochement with Iran, or you need some sort of umbrella protection. There's not enough political risk insurance in the world to ensure Saudi's domestic goals are met. The reality is you got Houthi rockets, Iranian rockets in the future going down on Saudi Arabia. And so for the Biden administration, this has been a key issue because they think this would transform the region. If you had Saudi normalization with Israel, I think it probably would. But my guess is time is also running out right now. To get that passed through the Senate, you would need a treaty. To be able to do that as we head to an election season here in the U.S., I just think it's becoming less and less likely. They're going to keep trying, but I think it's harder to envision it coming to fruition in the next 6 months, 7 months before the new administration takes over.
Hey, Jonathan, we only have 1 minute. I have to ask you about this Axios report talking about a warning from the Biden administration to Israel about opening a new front, about waging war, committing to a war against Hezbollah. Is this something that's about to happen, knowing that Israel has not listened to a lot of advice from the U.S. recently?
I'm increasingly concerned that it is. 6 months ago, I really didn't think it would happen. Israel didn't want it. Hezbollah almost certainly doesn't want it. Iran doesn't want it. But the rocket attacks that have been coming from Hezbollah, the drone attacks, Hezbollah said today they intercepted an Israeli drone on the other side. I think we're increasingly likely to see some sort of conflict. If it sparks because it's Israeli instigated, I think that's going to be a real challenge for the Biden administration, who said that they're not going to support Israel in such a war. If it's from Hezbollah, that's a different story. But the most likely scenario is that something sparks because of an unintended escalation, a back and forth with the rockets that gets out of hand. Look, it's not guaranteed. Amos Hochstein is working very, very hard to get the Hezbollah, Radwan special forces away from the Israel-Lebanon border. But I think the chances of war are dramatically increasing right now.
Well, Jonathan, it's great to have you back. Jonathan Panikoff, Director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Middle East Program. thank you for joining and great insights today on Balance of Power. Something big about to happen with the relaunch of The Close. Join Romaine Bostic, Alex Steele, and Scarlett Fu with a great lineup of CEOs, investors, and more. It's only on Bloomberg, and of course, Kaylee, it includes Carol and Tim.
It does. They're coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, right here on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec. It is Monday, June 10th, 2024, and man, do we have a big week.
We certainly do. Things are already getting started out there in Cupertino, California, the Worldwide Developers Conference from Apple. That's a pretty big one. And then, Carol, a little later this week, the FOMC gets ready to meet for the fourth time this year.
Right.
then that's happening on a day when we're going to get another read on inflation.
Yeah, that is the macro. As for the micro/macro, it all kind of gets connected. As Tim mentioned, Apple's big annual gathering of global developers, it is happening out on the West Coast. So we're going to get into it. What does Apple Intelligence really mean, aka the role of AI in everything? Apple was a leader in AI, and now it's playing catch up.
Yeah, we're going to have all the latest from Cupertino in just a few minutes. Also, the geopolitical tremors, this time in France and Europe, and more populism, anyone. What does it mean for the U.S. and for the business community?
Think about all the macro strategists at the beginning of the year said one of the big risks, geopolitics.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, here's something, too, to throw into the debate over immigration. It's cheaper to help migrants before they leave. This will be fun at your next cocktail party or weekend barbecue. We're going to get into this great Bloomberg opinion piece that's coming your way in the next 60 minutes.
All that and more over the next hour. First up, though, checking the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. Let me throw one more item into the mix, and that is a possible record for the S&P 500 index today. Up 11 right now, 53.58. The old high, 53.54. Right now, we're looking at an advance on the S&P of 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 30 right now, up by about 0.1%. S&P, by the way, very close to session highs. NASDAQ now up 59, gain there of 0.4%. 10-year, 4.47%, with the 2-year, 4.88%. Ahead of Wednesday's Fed decision, the price of gold up 0.8%. Precious metal right now at 23.11 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 2.7%, rallying back above $77 a barrel, close to 78 now, 77.60 on WTI. Bottom line here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing, keeping an eye on NVIDIA. After that 10-for-1 split, NVIDIA shares now up by about 1.3%, 122.51 for NVIDIA. Elliott Investment Management is calling for new leadership at Southwest Airlines and an overhaul of its business strategy after revealing a $1.9 billion stake in the carrier. Shares of Southwest Airlines, LUV, on the ticker up now by 7.7%. So again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P trading at an intraday record now of 9, a gain of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Got a lot to get to over the next 60 minutes and really the next 3 hours. I got to say, there's something that Tim and I have already decided is our summer read that we think everybody should tap into. It's a book called How the World Ran Out of Everything, Peter Goodman. We're going to be talking to him in our 4 o'clock hour, but I feel like so many of the conversations we're going to be having kind of set us up for that.
Yeah, certainly, including what's going on with Apple today, because that company reliant on a global supply chain to get those devices from its assembly facilities in Asia, many of which are in Asia, to the United States, Carol, and they've got some big news today.
Right, and we didn't have such an easy time during the pandemic getting all of that stuff. All right, speaking of the news, of course, holding their Worldwide Developers Conference out on the West Coast, keep in mind, you've got a stock, Apple that is, that has soared almost 20% off its April low. That was as of the last close, returning above a $3 trillion market valuation and pulling within 1% of a record close hit last year. Stock trending a little bit lower this year, but we've got to get into it in terms of what this event is all about. So let's get to it with Bloomberg News technology reporter Jackie Davalos. She is in, I believe, Apple Park at Apple's annual Worldwide Developers Conference in Cupertino, which is home to Apple's headquarters. Jackie, great to have you here with us. This is certainly top of mind for us all on this Monday. Remind us about WWDC, what it is, who's there, why it matters in the Apple universe, and to those who follow the company.
Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference is held every year, Carol, and it's really meant to provide a preview of not just the software, but also some of the hardware that Apple has coming down the pipeline, so app developers can get a head start on working on some of their best apps. Now, this year, it's all about AI. That will be the central theme. It's very software focused, and we're about an hour in since the main keynote started. But what we're learning so far right now is not so much about the AI story that we've all been waiting for. It's really about the Apple iOS upgrades, its Vision Pro headset, that operating system as well, some of the other features across its other devices like the AirPods and its home devices. So the real energy here has been waiting for the artificial intelligence vision. That hasn't happened just yet, but it's coming just in the next hour or so. Some of the things that I've learned so far, the iOS 18, so the iPhone operating system that will be rolled out more widely later this fall. We'll have a new home screen. You'll get the opportunity to arrange the apps as you see fit. You'll also get new privacy apps. So now, you can hide an app if you don't want someone to look at it, or you can lock an app using your Face ID. Messages have some new fun features like tapbacks using emojis instead of just like the up or down, thumbs down. So there's a few kind of what seem to be incremental kind of upgrades.
Doesn't feel like a
but this
lot
is
of
really
innovation
an artificial
happening.
intelligence day.
Well, what I will say is that Carol's not going to be.
And this is why you.
Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
This is why you're seeing shares slip a little bit. Yeah. The anticipation for the artificial intelligence news is just really keeping us at the edge of our seats here.
I was going to say, Carol's not going to be using the tap back feature. She doesn't like it when she sends a text message and I just give it a thumbs up or a heart. That's just a little secret. That's just a little secret into the world of Carol Massar and texting. Jackie, what has been sort of like not the highlight thus far, but when we talk about AI and what's to come down the line, what do investors really want to see to move the needle on the company's stock and to justify the rally that we've seen of late? Look, Apple's underperformed the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ composite so far this year, but investors have recently sent the shares rallying since they've been at a low this year, and a lot of that has to do with optimism over AI. What do they want to see?
Well, what we do know from Mark Gurman's reporting is that Apple Intelligence will be Apple's new AI system. This will be a combination of its own AI technology, but also OpenAI, the big partnership that we're waiting to see announced for the first time publicly, will play a major role in just exactly how Apple plans to roll out its strategy going forward. It might be able to reinvigorate Siri, its AI assistant, which is kind of a laggard when you compare it to some of the other AI assistants out there in the market now. Investors really want to understand what is the long-term play here, because Apple excels at devices, but coupling that with the AI wave that we've seen thus far, it's somewhat been behind the curve. So just exactly how it plans to get in the game again is what investors hope to see today.
All right, Jackie, so Tim Cook, what are the watchwords and big themes in terms of AI specifically, and how much of it also has to do with partnerships, the right partnerships here that maybe get investors excited?
OpenAI is one of them, but Apple, of course, is also looking at potential partnerships with Google's Gemini, another major large language model developer. What is going to be key here for Apple is understanding where its own large language model technology comes into play. It needs to get into the game somehow. Having that OpenAI partnership is especially useful to kind of get the wheels moving. Now, going forward, it's really going to place a major emphasis in terms of how you can interact with your phone in a much easier way, using voice control, for example, using your AirPods, perhaps some other home devices. This is where they have the major advantage, given all these devices are already in billions of people's hands.
All right, good stuff as always. Hey, thank you so much. Bloomberg News technology reporter Jackie Davalos there at the Apple Worldwide Developers Conference in Cupertino. Tim, we're going to stay with Apple.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the world's largest market cap and best known brands and companies in the world generally, and certainly in the investing universe, which brings us to Gil Luria, Managing Director and Head of Institutional Research over at D.A. Davidson. He joins us now from Portland. Gil, you've got a neutral rating on the stock since at least late last year. You've upped the price target to $200. That was back in early February. Shares at pretty close to that right now, $196. You've stuck with your neutral rating on the stock heading into the event today. Anything so far moved the needle for you yet?
Well, no, just because they just started talking about artificial intelligence as we spoke, and then within a few minutes, we're going to find out. You've had some great reporting on Bloomberg over the weekend about the features, and we're really going to be listening for is how compelling are they? Are people going to get excited about using them, or are they just incremental? And are they backward compatible? Will we be able to use those on previous generations of the phone? And if both of those answers are, it's hugely compelling and not backward compatible, that's going to be great for Apple and Apple's
Not
stock.
so great for consumers,
that
though.
That means an upgrade cycle for iPhone 16. Anything short of that will be somewhere in the middle.
Gil, it's not often that that Apple releases features that are not backward compatible, at least from a software perspective. That would be a real departure for the company, and it wouldn't be seen, I think, as very consumer-friendly, though investors might like it.
So there's one precedent, and that's iPhone 12. you weren't able to do 5G until iPhone 12. That's the last big upgrade cycle. It's also, by the way, the last time the stock worked. And so if your reporting is correct, and we'll find out in a few minutes, it'll only work on iPhone 15 Pro and going forward, which will compel people to upgrade if they have 12, 13, or 14. So that's what we're going to be listening for.
Yeah, and we're kind of watching our live blog, and we'll bring you any more headlines as they are known. The headline we've got so far is Apple announcing Apple Intelligence suite of AI features. So we'll look for some of, as they say, the devil is in the details. So we'll bring them to you, Gil, so that you can also respond. Is there another headline?
Yeah, our own Rachel Metz, who's at the event, reporting that Apple Intelligence will enable the iPhone to prioritize notifications, for instance, and use writing tools to summarize text you write. That information from Rachel Metz, but we did find out about that recently from our own Mark Gurman, who's been doing reporting on this in the weeks leading up.
I mean, you know, how are you thinking about Apple? I mean, I heard somebody say, you know, is it a growth company? Can we still think of them as a growth company? I think somebody said it was like core value, that it needed to be part of a portfolio, but it's kind of a value name perhaps. But how do you think about it? You've got a neutral rating on the stock, and you have, as Tim said, it's inching up close to your own price target, just a few dollars away. Give us a little bit more about how you think about what Apple is as a company.
Given how big they are and how penetrated they are, how everybody has all their devices, or so many people have so many devices, the only way the stock can work is on a product cycle, on a hardware cycle. The services business will continue to grow double digits, but it's still only a quarter of the business. iPhone is more like half. iPhone has to have a product cycle for this stock to work. Otherwise, it'll just be a slow grower for the foreseeable future.
All right, we are getting some additional information courtesy of our own Mark Gurman, who's following the event closely. He says that Apple Intelligence will prioritize notifications, power new writing tools that can be accessed system-wide for proofreading and rewriting, and enhance images. Apple Intelligence can create original images using AI based on the context of who you are sending the image to, and you can create sketch images, illustrations, and animations. So far, is that enough for somebody to go out and buy a new iPhone?
Doesn't seem like it. These still seem like incremental improvements. They're going to really have to dazzle us in the balance of the hour with things that are going to become viral, that consumers will talk about, that they'll boast about when they get their new phone. That's how you get a product cycle. If it just, we're used to Apple giving us incremental functionality every year. We love it. We appreciate it. It keeps us on the platform, but it hasn't over the last 4 years compelled us to buy a new iPhone. Last time there was a big upgrade cycle was that iPhone 12. We need to hear more dazzling things in order for people to really get excited about it and line up to buy iPhone 16.
Yeah, one of the headlines I'm also seeing is that Apple says Apple Intelligence can carry out tasks on users' behalf. Like, I am thinking about if I have a phone where I can say, hey, Apple, I want to make this. I don't know. But I feel like stuff like that is already out there. Like, how does it have to really help our world? Is it writing correspondence?
I'm thinking of one thing. I'm thinking of doing the dishes. We say it all the time.
We do.
We just need something to do the dishes for us.
Do the dishes and do
Then
the
I'll buy
laundry. Like, how is it that something like this will really be impactful in a world? Is it, hey, I need to fly to so-and-so, but I don't want to spend more than this. How do I do it? Go do it, Apple. Like, what is it in our world, work world, personal world, that really makes us all stop and say, okay, this is a game changer. This is innovation, Apple.
I think that's spot on. One of the best things I've read over AI last few days was somebody saying, I want AI to do the dishes and the laundry so I can write and I can draw. Not AI to do drawings and writing so I can do the laundry and the dishes.
That's a great point.
Apple has to give us an agent. That's what you're describing. Somebody that I can say, hey, make a reservation for me for dinner tomorrow before the concert for me and my two sons at one of our favorite restaurants. Apple has all the information to do that. It needs an AI engine in order to execute on that request. To the extent that what they show us today will lead to that in this cycle, That's what we're looking for.
Gil, I have to say, I've been having conversations with my husband. I'm like, don't give me anything more on my to-do list. I am done. But it's so interesting. Like, I've been trying to get something done with a financial institution, and I've literally been on hold for 15, 20 minutes to the point, like, I'm like, I don't have time for this. Like, are we going to be living in a world where we can say, here's what I need. I need to get to this person at this organization, make the phone call, and then maybe alert me, give me a timer goes off or something that I can then get out. Like, what? Like, that's what I'm thinking about. How does it help all of us? Because so many companies, so many institutions have dropped stuff back on the consumer and the individual to take care of through technology. But it doesn't necessarily help us anymore because we're stuck on hold so often.
Well, that's the type of agent we're looking for a little farther out. Those are when companies adopt agents fully, and we have agents on our behalf from our iPhone or IP or our PC, then there can be some interactions between our AI agent and a company's AI agent that'll accomplish tasks and only notify us when important things need to happen that aren't working through the AI. We're probably more like 3 to 5 years away from that. We're pretty far from accomplishing that level of agency from AI, but we are closer to the types of agency tasks that we discussed before.
Okay, we're getting some more from the live blog by our own Mark Gurman and Brody Ford covering the event. This is to your point, Gil. Apple Intelligence is powered heavily by on-device LLMs and will work on devices using the A17 Pro and its M series chip. So Mark writes that means that recent Macs, iPads, and the iPhone 15 Pro will support the new features. As we've reported, shares of Apple down 1.1% right now. Are you surprised not to see them higher, given that this could prompt upgrades?
I think we're going to have to unpack a lot of that information and how it plays out into the product cycle. But yes, that is what we want to hear. We want to hear that this doesn't work on older devices. If it's compelling, doesn't work on older devices, people will upgrade their device for the first time in a while. That's a product cycle.
And our Brody Ford did say that the shares of Apple did dip about 3-4 minutes ago after Apple was, as Brody writes, ambiguous about which visual diffusion model it would use to generate images that may reflect concerns some of the features are half-cooked. Yeah, does this feel like so far, Gil, and mind you, we're early in on this part of the keynote, if you will, but that it sounds more like Apple has a lot more figuring out to do exactly how this is going to all work and what impact it will have.
And that's okay. They don't have to figure everything out by this acknowledgement and by this presentation. They need to start rolling out features, get developers compelled. That's what WWDC is for. And as those developers build more, theirs is the biggest platform, the biggest user base. If they do it right, if they execute on all these visions and have developers build on top of that, that can still drive the product cycle. And then we start talking about, is it an iPhone 16 product cycle? Or if it's not fully baked, is it an iPhone 17 product cycle? That's also possible.
Gil, Apple, you gotta be quick. Only got about 15 seconds. They're talking a lot about the importance of being on-premise versus up in the cloud. Apple kind of seems to be focusing on it. Do you agree that that's important? Again, 10 seconds.
Absolutely critical. If it's on the phone, it's faster and it's more accurate and more personalized. If it's in the data center, it's less of all of those things.
Gil Laura, thank you so much over at D.A. Davison joining us here. Still ahead, geopolitics continuing to surprise. That's next.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Apple, the big story at this hour. Right now, we got Apple shares tumbling just about the lows of the day. Apple now lower by more than 2%. We've got the shares of Apple declining as WWDC is underway, Worldwide Developers Conference in Cupertino. Apple unveiling the latest operating systems for the iPhone, iPad, and Mac at the company's annual conference. Again, right now, Apple down by 2%. Apple also expected to tout new AI capabilities. We're monitoring developments out of Cupertino. We'll have the very latest for you right here on Bloomberg. But again, just about the lows of the day. Apple right now down by 1.9%. U.S. stock market is struggling to gain much traction as a sell-off in European assets weighs on sentiment. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ higher for now. Little change, perhaps the key takeaway, with the S&P up 8 points now, 53.55. That would be a record close there, up by about 0.2%. The Dow also in the green, has been fluctuating, but up now by 0.1%. NASDAQ up 27, a gain of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.46%. The 2-year 4.88%. Gold up 0.7%, 23.10 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, 77.66 for a barrel of crude. The Nvidia 10-for-1 stock split now in effect. Nvidia shares up by 0.6%, and again recapping Apple lower as the WWDC conference gets underway. Apple shares now down by 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So remember, everybody, how we keep reminding you that a top risk for this year for investors and really kind of the world more broadly, geopolitics and global elections. On that, after a crushing defeat in the parliament elections yesterday, European Parliament election yesterday, President Emmanuel Macron plunged France into political uncertainty with a snap legislative ballot that restages his perennial battle with far-right rival Marine Le Pen. So we are watching this closely, but there's a lot more going on, too.
Yeah, because the election result highlights the increasing rejection of mainstream politics and left the credibility of the bloc's two most important leaders in tatters. Economics and politics, Carol, continue to connect and drive outcomes. They always have, but are today increasingly upending the status quo in the expected and driving a populism wave around the world.
We're seeing it happen in real time. With more on the connectivity of it all, let's bring in Bloomberg News global economy reporter Enda Curran. He is in our D.C. bureau. Enda, elections around the globe, the rise in political uncertainty, take France over the weekend. Much has to do with global citizens kind of having had enough of the way it is and feeling like they are being left behind. That we are seeing increasingly around the world.
Yeah, absolutely right. As you say, this was, teed up as the year of the elections anyway, and it really is playing out that there is a commonality of voters are resentful and they are punishing their ruling governments. Not in every case, of course, but in some of the big cases. We had India last week, and that triggered a big shock in financial markets. Now we had the European Parliament elections over the weekend. That swing to the right, especially in France, triggering shockwaves in financial markets, especially because Macron is calling the legislative elections there as well. So we are now seeing the shock risk of these elections playing out, and a kind of a common underlying theme that people are expressing their discontent with governments, even in cases where, broadly speaking, the economy is doing okay, which you could argue for the case of France and India, markets doing okay, but that's rightly or wrongly not flowing down to people on the ground, and they're expressing their frustration in these ballots.
So where would you say, that discontent is coming from? Does it have to do with individuals' economic situation? Does it have to do with inflation? Does it have to do with immigration? Where are we hearing and seeing in polls the discontent coming from?
Well, if you take France in the case there of Jordan Barbella in the National Rally, the Le Pen opposition to Macron during the European elections, a common theme there was opposition to European trade policy, opposition to European climate policy, and of course a harsher line on immigration, and that of course feeding into discontent among populists everywhere in terms of cost of living and economic pressures that they're under, even as headline economic growth looks okay. France is doing relatively okay versus other parts of Europe. It's a pro-business agenda there under President Macron. It's being seen as somewhat as a reasonable economic performance for France, but obviously that's not translating down to people on the ground. And the same in India, by the way. We all know India is this global star economic performer, one of the fastest growing in the world. An alternative to China for foreign investment. Markets there are booming. Everyone talking about foreign investment going into India, but obviously when we saw the election results, people on the ground unhappy. And I think a lot of it is coming down to these cost of living pressures. And of course, you can draw a parallel with India, Western Europe, and some of the mood in the US too.
So I have to say, and when Tim and I were preparing in our team, we're preparing for today's show, this hour and really the next 2 hours that follow, we've got Peter Goodman coming up later on. He's global economics correspondent over at the New York Times. He's got a book, How the World Ran Out of Everything, and really goes through some history lessons about kind of obviously what happened during the pandemic, but really how we got to that point where so much was made in one part of the world, China specifically, but also how it was all done on the backs of workers. And basically we got rid of some really well-paying jobs, middle-class working types of jobs, and to jobs that really paid a lot less, and just why there are so many individuals, global citizens, that are feeling kind of left out despite the market growing, the global economy growing, and the wealthy getting wealthier. So, there's another story that our team has put out by Chris Anstey. It looks at the Mexico election and talks about a warning. And this looks into the new economy, but talks about populism can sometimes lead to results that damage the very people who are rightfully seeking their fair share. I do wonder the pushback on globalization, the rise in populism, what that might mean ultimately. Do investors look at different markets as investable, not investable? I mean, what's that thinking, and how you and your team are thinking about that?
You're absolutely right. I mean, this goes to the core of why there is such a realignment going on in, if you want to call it, the Western industrialized world. That discontent on the ground that you talk about there, Carol, is forcing governments to either promote more industry at home, pour more subsidies or tax breaks to generate investment at home. They're also looking at shaking up their supply lines for basic goods up to more higher value-added goods. So there is a kind of a reshuffling going on around the world to partly address some of these issues. Now, of course, that creates winners and losers, and that's where the investors come into this. The winners are going to be, broadly speaking, the rich world, who can afford to either subsidize industry at home or can afford to shake up their supply lines, and they can attract investment from other parts of the world, and the investors are looking at those rich countries. And then the concern is that the poorer countries, who maybe benefited from globalization in the first place, the emerging world, can't compete on the same level playing field. They won't be able to attract investment in the way they once were. But that said, broadly speaking, there are changes going on in global manufacturing, global supply lines, global investment. But let's just say, when it comes to manufacturing, at least, China and parts of the emerging world still offer a fairly compelling model. They offer scale, they offer cheaper workforces than the Western world. So, this story, while there are changes going on, it still has a long way to go before we could really call an end to globalization as we've known over the last 20, 30 years, say.
But that's what I want to explore with you, like this idea of the cheaper workforce. We keep lauding it as like, that's such a great thing. We reduce costs, cheaper labor. That means profits go up and shareholders are happy and we can do more dividends and buybacks. So I do wonder, and then yet workers on the ground are saying, man, I can't make ends meet. We're not, because the jobs are just not either as high paying as they used to, or there's so much pressure. And I do wonder economically, this is resulting in kind of the political pushback that we're seeing.
No, it is, because if you want to call it the Western world, for argument's sake, or the developed economy world, they cannot afford the kind of manufacturing, and much of the manufacturing that continues to be done in the emerging world and in China in particular. And even where wages do are increasing in China, it's still ultimately more competitive to do business there or in Mexico or in Vietnam than to bring it back to, say, the US or Paris, where you've got union laws, you've got minimum wages, you've got all kinds of rules and regulations to pay a living wage. So that competitive edge still very much exists in favor of the emerging world, and you can argue, of course, the rights and wrongs of that, but multinationals aren't in a hurry to bring back those kind of high-paying jobs. But don't forget, other factors are at play too. Automation is going to be a factor in all of this. That will see production brought closer to home too in the years ahead.
Hey, and I'm wondering if we can look to the results that we've seen in recent weeks with global elections and perhaps read into the future of our country in the U.S. here, our country, the United States, come November. Is there any way to sort of look at what's happened around the world and get an understanding for the way that things are moving come November?
Well, it's obviously idiosyncratic, Tim. Everyone has their own story, their own gripes, their own complaints. But you'd have to say, on the surface at least, even where countries are having a pretty good run economically, at least on a headline basis, strong growth, strong investments, strong markets, that isn't necessarily translating into a happy mood among voters, and that's creating discontent at the ballot box. That's showing up in the polls in the US, for example. People are citing economic unhappiness and inflation. So that's one corollary you could draw with them. And then more broadly, it's a tough time to be an incumbent. Look at the UK election. Look at France, look at India. There's pressure on incumbents, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Carol, when Endo was talking about the Bloomberg News Morning Consult polls of swing states that we've done here at Bloomberg News,
right,
about the fact that many voters in these swing states do think that Trump will lead better when it comes to the economy.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting considering kind of the economic backdrop, but that's politics, and it makes it always very interesting. And as we've seen from some of the global elections, a bit unpredictable, to say the least. Edna, thank you so much. Covered what we were hoping to do on this Monday. Bloomberg News global economy reporter Enda Curran in our DC bureau. Quick check on shares of Apple, folks. They're down about 2.3%, announcing its long-awaited new AI features, promising to deliver technology that's personalized, safe, and deeply integrated, Tim, into the iPhone maker's software.
AI emoji will be generated on device. Meta has had a similar feature to generate quick illustrations within Instagram for a few months. We're talking about image creating capabilities, Genmoji, AI created emoji that can be created in messages right on the keyboard. One of several things that Apple has announced so far. Our own Mark Gurman saying it's going to be a highlight for Gen Z and probably all of us.
Apple Intelligence. Welcome to the world of Apple Intelligence. AI. All right, folks, that stock, though, down about 2.25%. Coming up, the climate change multiplier for fleeing migrants and what the world can do to help them before they flee. A great Bloomberg opinion piece that's coming your way in just a moment.
Let's get an update on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. The federal trial of Hunter Biden is winding down. His attorneys did not call the president's son to the stand today. They rested their case without calling any more witnesses today. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 felonies stemming from the October 2018 purchase of a gun he had for about 11 days. Prosecutors say he lied on a mandatory gun purchase form by saying he was not illegally using or addicted to drugs. Biden's attorneys say he was on the road to recovery and may not have been in the throes of addiction when he signed that form. Former President Trump is participating in an interview today with a New York probation officer ahead of his July 11th sentencing on 34 counts of falsifying records in his criminal hush money case. The probation officer will be submitting a report to the judge that could impact Trump's sentence in the case. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is back in the Mideast, hoping to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. He spent part of the day in Egypt before then heading off to Israel. He continues to call for regional pressure on Hamas to accept the latest ceasefire proposal. And the White House is hosting a concert for Juneteenth today on the South Lawn. The event will boast award-winning black artists from across musical genres, including Patti LaBelle and Gladys Knight. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Apple announces a partnership with OpenAI, integrating ChatGPT. That headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Apple shares do remain lower, down now by 1.7%. But again, worth repeating the headline. Apple announcing a partnership with OpenAI, integrating ChatGPT. Just the latest headline out of the WWC conference in Cupertino. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest. In the meantime, Apple has announced its long-awaited new AI features, promising to deliver technology that is personalized, safe, and deeply integrated into the iPhone maker's software. Stocks are advancing with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all moving higher. S&P up 10 now, 53.56, a gain of 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 38, up 0.1%. NASDAQ right now up by 0.2%. 10-year 4.46%, with a 2-year 4.88%. Gold up 0.8%, 23.11 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now up 3.1%, 77.90 for a barrel of WTI. First day out for the newly split NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares up 0.5% after the 10-for-1 split. NVIDIA right now 121.57. Also, we're keeping an eye on shares that are being added to the S&P 500 index. CrowdStrike, KKR, and GoDaddy all advancing. CrowdStrike up 9.3%. KKR now up by 13%. GoDaddy going higher by 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, and just to rehash something Charlie's been covering, as our Mark Gurman reports, of course, he is all things Apple for us here. He says, here's the big one. Apple has partnered with OpenAI in integrating ChatGPT into the phone via Siri. But also, he reminds us that Apple has remained in talks to add Google Gemini. It's also talked to Anthropic. So it continues. Right now, Apple shares still down about 1.5%, Tim, but they're definitely off their lows of the day.
We saw tweets that included photos ahead of the event of Sam Altman at the event, plus Mark's reporting.
That's always a
coupled
hint.
with that. This is not a surprise to a lot of people if you've been paying attention. Still, though, Alphabet shares now have quickly risen as much as 1.2%.
So moving around.
News. Yeah.
All right,
That's
folks.
Alphabet, not Apple.
Yeah,
On the AI news.
Yeah, Apple's still down about 1.8%. All right, let's get to one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. First of all, this was something that caught our attention. Scores of climate activists gathering outside Citigroup's headquarters in downtown Manhattan today to mark what they say is the beginning of a months-long campaign to try to disrupt operations at the bank. According to a website, protesters have dubbed their campaign the Summer of Heat, with the primary goal, Tim, to get banks to stop financing coal, oil, and gas projects.
Well, another hot button for companies, global leaders with a climate connection, of course, is migrants and migration. Our own Mark Gongloff teased it last week when we caught up with him, and he's back here in our studio to talk about why it's cheaper to help migrants before they leave their home country. Mark is Bloomberg opinion editor and columnist who covers climate change. He's here in our studio. Mark, you make a point that if you were to ask somebody leaving their home country and coming to the United States, or perhaps going to Europe right now, they wouldn't necessarily cite climate change as the reason they're leaving. They cite other things. But those other things, war, famine, economic insecurity, those are all exacerbated by climate change.
Exactly. Think about right now, we have this horrible refugee situation in the Sudan, horrible war in Sudan, South Sudan. That has been exacerbated, made worse by climate change. It's getting drier there. There's not as much rain. There's not as much arable land where they can farm. Similar thing happened in Syria. Another horrific war. A lot of refugees flooded into Europe, caused tons of political issues there. That was partly driven by climate change. It's very difficult to say climate change is the reason for this happening, but you can say that it is what you call a threat multiplier in any of the things, any instability in a country, and this usually applies to countries that are already pretty unstable and can't protect their people, is made much worse by climate change and triggers many more refugees.
It's all the cars, right, on the big highways in sub-Saharan Africa, right, that are causing all the population. I'm being really facetious and obnoxious, but the point is that these aren't the folks creating the climate errors, if you will, and creating climate change, but they are dealing the brunt of it.
Yeah, that's
dealing with the brunt of it.
Exactly. That's the dark irony of climate change, is that the people who had the least to do with it suffer the brunt of this. And, and again, I don't want to get too heavy about this, but, children.
It's not heavy, it's kind of real, right?
Children are starving to death in Sudan as we speak, and they had zero to do with their conflict, and they also had zero to do with climate change. And again, this is a today problem, but we're also talking about this becoming, there are 110 million displaced people around the world right now. That could rise tenfold in the decades to come. That may be at the extreme end, but it could rise a lot more and get a lot more numerous by then because of what developed countries have done to pump carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and heat the planet up.
Which brings us, Mark, to potential solutions here, or at least ways that countries around the world can address the problems where they lie. You talk about how it's cheaper to help these migrants before they leave their home countries. How do you convince somebody that money should be spent there rather than addressing the problem at the border?
It's really tough. I mean, I think you can have both. You can say, why not both? You can, if you need to lock down the border and do things like Biden did last week and shut off asylum seekers. If you want to do that, if that's your politics, I guess you can do that. But that can't be the only solution. You can tighten the border, but if you put everybody, let's just take South America, for example. This is already one of the biggest populations of displaced people in the world is moving up from South Latin America into Mexico, into that border, and it's affecting Mexican politics, it's affecting our politics. But what you do is if you lock everybody into Mexico with rising temperatures, less and less water, Mexico City, they're talking about it running out of water this month, all of a sudden you create this pressure cooker that erupts into more and more violence, more and more disruption at your own border, and that will bleed into your border eventually. So you can ignore the problem, you can try to tamp it down, but if you don't solve the problem before it becomes that bad, then it becomes a pressure cooker that blows up on you.
So how do we kind of have to rethink policy, right? It's not just about closing borders, right, or improving that process. It's about something much deeper.
Yeah. Well, what you can do, a big thing, what I recommend we do, and others recommend we do, is you solve the problem at the root. You go to places like, Brazil, you go to places and places that are even in worse shape than Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, and you help these people adapt. It costs a little bit of money up front, but if you help them adapt, help them mitigate the climate change, make it less, help them figure out their water problems, figure out their farming problems, help fix their economies, that sort of thing. All that stuff does cost money up front, but it will save you a lot of money on the back end.
Mark, I mean, I think about other times where the U.S. has, quote unquote, tried to help in this part of the world. And you're chuckling because it was not a big help.
Right.
And I'm wondering how you do this, a country does this in a way where it doesn't look imperialistic. It doesn't appear to be like you're meddling in the other country's business. That's really tricky.
Yeah. I mean, part of it is messaging. This is a moral issue. We have, reparations can be kind of a dirty word in some political circles, but to some extent, we created this problem. We have to clean this up. We have already committed to spending $100 billion. Developed nations have committed to spending $100 billion a year to helping these countries. We haven't lived up to that until just like last year, and we've used some accounting tricks to make that happen. And a lot of that has to do with us giving them loans, giving these countries loans and saying, you got to pay us interest, or you got to spend the money on our companies. That's all, kind of the bad way to do this. If you really give them the aid that they need. And we can also forgive, there's $70 billion a year that these low-income countries have to pay in debt service alone. If we forgive that, then all of a sudden that frees up $70 billion more that they can use to fix their water systems, improve all these systems.
If we don't get this right, if we don't start maybe changing how we think we need to deal with this, then what?
There are maybe 3.5 billion people alive today living in zones that could be by 2050, 2070 more likely, be like the Sahara Desert in terms of their temperature. It will be unlivable, uninhabitable. That's 3.5 billion people right now.
How many people are on the planet?
You're talking about a third of the planet's population right now. That will create crises. You think of all the political, right-wing politicians are taking over because of immigration in Europe.
We talked about that earlier this
in the
hour.
U.S. I mean, it's all over the place. And this is just from a small amount of refugees flooding into the U.S. and Europe and places like that. Think about that magnified by 10 and the disruption that you will get. So, again, you want to avoid that disruption. You want to avoid the political headache and the potential nightmares and the cost that will, impose on your economy and your society. You nip it at the bud. You start and solve the problem now while it's still solvable.
Exactly, before it's out of control. Mark Ongloff, thank you so much. Bloomberg Opinion Editor, columnist covering climate change. Straight ahead, we're going to get a check on the trade today. Speaking of that, Apple shares off their lows, but still down about 1.9%. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We do have Apple shares trading lower. Headline, though, earlier worth repeating from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Apple announces a partnership with OpenAI, integrating ChatGPT. That word moments ago from the Apple Worldwide Developers Conference in Cupertino. Yes, topic we are following on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Stay with us for the very latest. Apple shares, though, they do remain lower. Got to keep in mind the stock was down heading into WWDC. We started getting the announcements. Shares still lower now. Apple down by just about 1.9%. Apple's Developers Conference is a show as to whether the iPhone maker can become a major player in the growing field of artificial intelligence. Shares of Southwest Airlines, they are surging today. We've got Southwest pushing higher after Elliott Investment Management called for new leadership at Southwest and an overhaul of its business strategy after revealing a $1.9 billion stake in the U.S. carrier. Shares of Southwest up now by just about 7.5%. Some of the other stories we're following today, NVIDIA's 10-for-1 stock split has gone into effect. giving investors 9 additional shares for every one that they already own. NVIDIA's stock price has more than doubled this year after more than tripling in 2023. The meteoric ride allowed NVIDIA to briefly surpass Apple last week as the second most valuable company in the United States. NVIDIA shares today up by just about 4%. Apple, by the way, trading lower. Apple right now down by 1.4%. Stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green now, with the S&P up 0.2%. Those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, in just about 1 hour from now, we're going to have our TV colleagues. We're going to head over and count you down to the close. We're going to do the closing bell. Ooh. Before that, though, Bloomberg TV's The Close anchor, Scarlett Fu, is with us for a bit of a dun-da-da-da reveal. What's going on?
Yeah, well, we're relaunching our program, The Close. We have a new set, we have a new background, and we're hoping that the new set really encourages more cross-conversation, more dialogue, because, you know, the previous set was an era of COVID where you needed to be socially isolated.
Do you know, I didn't realize those pods, those separate pods, were just because of COVID.
Yeah, the podiums were there because of COVID, but, you know, we moved on, which is good. We like to move on.
So you guys are all going to be sitting next to each other now.
We'll be sitting next to each other.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to do a lot more roundtables where, you know, we're seeing more of our guests come into studio, which is so important for conversations,
So nice.
you guys know.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're having a lot of great conversations today. Obviously, we're focused on Apple with the Worldwide Developers Conference. This is, it feels like the most significant software event in decades for this company.
I think that's fair to say. I mean, traditionally, something like WWDC is not something that that everybody cares about, right? They show off what's going to come to iOS at the next iPhone launch, for example.
The app developers care, but does the general public, do consumers? Maybe not as much.
This one's a big deal.
This one's a big deal because
see if
it's
it moves
all
the
about,
needle.
yeah, it's all about how Apple integrates AI and how it uses that. Right now, it doesn't have very much of its own offerings, so it's partnering up with OpenAI. But I think in time, the expectation is that it will be doing more of its own and then shedding aside some of those partners.
It's interesting. We've had quite a bounce in Apple's shares, I think, from their recent lows. I think we've been reporting up about, 20% or so. So it's had a significant rally, but still very little change on the year, and we're down about 2%. So far, it feels like investors aren't super excited, but maybe it's a little bit more of, I don't know, we're looking for more details, right?
Yeah, the jury's out, and they're waiting to see what happens, but it'll be
Tim
interesting
Cook
no
is
matter
done,
what.
though. We just got Mark Gurman saying he's done. He's done speaking.
He's done speaking, but this is a week-long event, so we'll see if more razzmatazz comes out later on in the week. You know, they've got to, like, basically pull a rabbit out of the hat every day.
I don't know about you, but Tim and I just keep saying we want AI that does the dishes and does the laundry.
Oh my God, I have so many things that I want AI to take care of for me.
You know, it's funny to us, but Gil Luria over at D.A. Davidson made the point to us that he was having a conversation with someone, and the things that AI is automating right now, he wants us to be able to spend more time doing. He wants to be able to write more. He wants draw, and he wants AI to do the things that we don't want to be doing. We don't want AI to do those things so we can then do the laundry and do dishes.
Yeah.
He wants, solutions
I want
to those
AI to
things.
sort out my meetings and appointments so that I'm not the one rebooking them constantly because so-and-so can't make it at this time, so let's reschedule.
That seems like a pretty low-hanging fruit, doesn't it?
Well, let's see if AI is up to the task. I don't know. It's a big ask because it takes me a lot of time.
Tim Cook, are you listening, Tim Cook? Next iteration, iOS 19.
I don't want to have to wait on hold anymore. I feel like so many companies have kind of thrown it back in our laps, like if we have a problem or something, and so we have to go through kind of the digital, menus, if you will, to kind of get something done. I spend so much time.
I will tell you, as somebody who travels with you a lot, you're getting really good at putting your own bag tag on the luggage at the airport.
Really
once that
good
machine spits it out for you.
I know exactly how to pull it back.
Yeah, you're doing a great job with that.
That's a skill.
I can drop my bags and everything.
Yeah, you're doing a good job with that.
I'm just saying, I don't know. We'll have to see where it goes. Anyway, we're looking forward to congratulations. Have fun with this set. It'll be nice for you in
We've
terms
got
of the
Steve
conversations.
Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, joining us in a couple of minutes on the close. And later on this week, we have Jim Chanos, the noted short seller, who's not doing much short selling anymore, given market conditions. We've got a lot of great guests coming up, so tune in to the close.
We look forward to it. All right, Scarlett Fu, our colleague on Bloomberg Television, looking forward to that. Having said that, we are looking at Apple shares just down about 1.8%. Our live blog reminding us the keynote's over. We've heard from Tim Cook. All of the reporting you can hear about at Bloomberg.com. But we heard a lot about AI in particular.
Apple Intelligence, as it's known.
That's what it's called. All right. Join us, everybody. The close is coming your way. Tim and I continuing on Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just about 1 hour away from the closing bell on this Monday, June 10th. I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stenivek, live on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. And stocks, well, they're off their lows of the session. Little movement to the upside in a week that is kind of a big one.
Yeah, we got a lot happening. WWDC is ongoing throughout the week. We just heard from Tim Cook out there in Cupertino, California. We're going to do a check-in with our team on the ground out there, get some analysis, get the news in just a few minutes. Plus, Carol, the FOMC kicks off its two-day policy meeting starting tomorrow, and we're going to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell coming on Wednesday.
Yeah, and today a simulcast on radio and TV with PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross. We're going to talk about fixed income, see what he has to say ahead of that Fed meeting. We're also going to get a view on the employment picture with a former official at the U.S. Department of Labor. So looking forward to seeing what she has to say about where are we? I mean, it feels like it's still a tight labor market, and yet folks aren't necessarily so upbeat about the economic outlook.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Hey, speaking of folks not being so upbeat, in our last hour today, the 4 o'clock hour, we got a great book. It comes out tomorrow. It's called How the World Ran Out of Everything.
I can't put it up enough because we are obsessed with it.
It's by Peter S. Goodman. He's global economics correspondent over at the New York Times. It goes into a deep dive, sort of every link of the supply chain.
Yeah.
Getting an understanding for how we hit that supply chain crisis in 2021, 2022, and where we go from here.
Right, and we go back to things like Bill Clinton, WTO, Henry Ford, Toyota. There's so much in there, so looking forward to that. First up, though, there's a lot going on this Monday trade, so let's get an update for you. Let's head back to Charlie Pellet for the Bloomberg Business News.
Thank you very much, Carol Master. Indeed, let's call it Apple Monday, keeping an eye on Apple shares. Right now, they are down by 1.9%. A lot of news coming out of Cupertino, but not enough to drive the stock higher. Apple down again, 1.9%. Apple did announce its long-awaited new artificial intelligence features, including tools supported by OpenAI's ChatGPT, promising to deliver technology that is personalized, safe, and deeply integrated into the iPhone maker's software. We do have a name, this platform called Apple Intelligence. Again, Apple shares very close to the lows of the day right now. We got Apple down by roughly 1.8%. Stocks higher across the board. A lot of green on the screen right now as we move into the final hour of trading. 58 minutes to go ahead of the close. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 12 right now, up 0.2%. The Dow up 60, up 0.2. NASDAQ up by 0.3%. 10-year 4.46%. The 2-year 4.88%. Spot gold right now is advancing 0.8%, 23.11 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, 77.90 on WTI. It is a busy week for Fed watchers. Bloomberg Radio is going to be all over the FOMC decision on Wednesday, as well as that CPI print. As for Fed rate cut expectations, Seema Shah is Chief Global Strategist at Principal Global Asset Management in London. She told us earlier today she is expecting a fewer number of rate cuts this year than she was expecting heading into the year. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all solidly in the green. First day of that NVIDIA 10-for-1 split. NVIDIA shares up by 0.6%. Apple worth revisiting, down now by 1.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, the moment of truth for Apple's AI plans and for the $471 billion rally that has rescued the stock from the doldrums. We've talked about AI being a central focus of the WWDC. Kicked off at 1 p.m. Wall Street time today. We've been giving you updates throughout the day on that partnership with OpenAI and everything that Apple has thus far announced. We'll continue to bring those updates as we do get them throughout the week. But first, let's talk about the stock reaction, because Ryan Listelica is Bloomberg News Equities reporter. He writes all about what's at stake with Apple and AI. Shares of Apple down by 1.8% right now. Ryan joins us from the Home Bureau in Chicago. Ryan, give us what's at stake right now for Apple, given that, you know, yes, it's significantly underperforming the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 right now, but we've seen a rally over the last month that has investors looking pretty optimistic.
Yeah, absolutely. So the context I would say is that Apple is really facing two key concerns. One was that it just wasn't growing all that much. I think 5 of the past 6 quarters, it saw negative revenue growth. And a lot of the other names in fintech have been showing, pretty robust growth. And a lot of that is due to AI, which is an area where it felt like Apple was a little bit behind the curve. It didn't really have a very articulated AI strategy. People were really hoping that today would really address both of those, that it would announce all these kinds of new AI features, especially for the iPhone, and then that would spur people to, begin upgrading their phones, and that would spur, a new leg of revenue growth for the stock. So it did come out. It wasn't anything, I think, that was too surprising as far as the new features, as far as the new applications and the way that it all is being integrated across the the ecosystem. But I think right now we're seeing just a little bit of a pullback, not incredibly dramatic given how much it's been going up ahead of it, but it does seem like, as far as addressing, will this be enough for people to trade in and spend more than $1,000 in a new phone?
That's what we wanted to get with you, and we've been getting into some of the fundamentals off of the event on the West Coast around Apple. But Ryan, when you look at the share price and the bounce back that we have had, as we note, this $471 billion rally off of the lows that we've seen in Apple, that's, even though the stock has little change, it's had quite a bounce back. How much of, or what is that enthusiasm or that bounce back reflect? And as you said, Apple shares a little bit lower, but maybe not such a big deal considering the bounce back we've had.
Yeah, so one thing I would say is that early in May, it had its latest quarterly report, and that was pretty encouraging. The forecast was seen as pretty encouraging, pointing to a return to growth, kind of eased some concerns about the state of sales out of China, which is a incredibly important market for them. And there has been a lot of optimism about AI. And of course, in that quarterly report, Apple did announce the largest stock buyback program in U.S. history, $110 billion. I think that is helping to put a floor under the stock, if nothing else, and certainly if you look at Apple on a valuation basis, especially with respect to the growth, it might screen as, somewhat pricey. But if you look at it as far as all the quality characteristics with respect to the buyback, with respect to cash flow, profitability, all that kind of stuff, it does screen as pretty, screens pretty strong on those. So I think that's also, Jen, there is sort of a view that Apple is a safe haven, and maybe it's not as pronounced as it was in past times when the growth was a little bit more robust, but certainly it's part of it here.
All right, Apple shares down 1.8%. Ryan Vostelic, Bloomberg News equities reporter, joining us there in Chicago. All right, that's kind of the Apple backdrop, if you will, but we kind of want to broaden this out a little bit.
Yeah, let's bring in Bloomberg News chief markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle for a wider view of the market. Abigail, we can't, of course, ignore what's going on with Apple today. It's such a big component of the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100. But what's on your radar? What's caught your eye?
Apple is indeed, and I would actually disagree with his view just a little bit, at least relative to the stock, because we were talking about this last week, that there's almost like a triple topping pattern where there's three peaks. Well, Apple has fallen pretty violently, I would say, from the current peak. It's still holding the uptrend out of the May part of the recent rally, that 20% rally out of the April bottom. But I would say it's somewhat concerning. And the fact that you have this stock down on the conference, which I think is actually pretty typical, it's a sell the news event. Traders could make the case that they were buying it into the event to see what they said, but they're a little bit underwhelmed. In addition, when I use the FA function on the Bloomberg terminal, the adjusted revenue growth for the current fiscal year, 1%. Next year, 6.4%. Yes, it's kind of a cough. Whether or not that was on purpose or not, but very, very appropriate, given the fact that... I
just had something in my throat, but go on, Abigail.
Apple's low single-digit growth. And then the earnings growth is a little bit better, but it's still single-digit growth. There's no double-digit growth for Apple, whereas if you went back to 2020, 2021, you did have that. So that's what the stock is really trading off. They're trading off of also waiting to hear more about the iPhone. So I would say the stock itself is in a little bit of a precarious position. Technically, that should mean the market is too. But if you recall, Apple started going into a correction, almost a bear market, starting in mid-December to that April bottom. Yeah. And the broader markets broadly shrugged it off. But maybe at some point we're going to see some sort of a convergence here. For
what kind of volume are we seeing around Apple today?
On Apple. Let me see if I can pull up. That's an interesting question.
I'm just
to see
curious.
If it's going to pull up. Overall, our volume for the market is down 4%, so it's a little bit light. On Apple, it is definitely higher than what it would normally be. It's at 80 million shares or thereabout, about 70 million shares, and it's actually, if this is correct, I'm almost a little bit skeptical of this, but I'm sure the terminal is never wrong. Only I could be reading it wrong potentially, but it looks like it's 121.3% above the 20-day average. So people are serious about this, which makes sense. If you bought Apple in the middle of April and you're up 20% right now, and you have this good developer conference, but nothing like blockbuster, there's not like a new iPhone or something like that. Maybe you take some profits.
That's okay.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Oh, Carol,
Oh,
mic off. She's gonna
sneezing
sneeze. This is the first time I think.
Apple is underwhelming everybody. Sorry.
WWDC always happens during allergy season. I think it's fair to say.
I don't have allergies, but it feels like I have allergies. No, it's kind of interesting. But we talk about how important Apple is to the market, right? And it's, it's still a huge market cap. I mean, one of the largest that's
Second
out there,
largest,
right?
yeah.
We all own it if you own an index fund in a big way.
Yes.
But it is interesting, and we had an earlier conversation about whether or not Apple has to have an actual new product, right, to actually move to get investors excited.
It's a good question because they, of course, are coming out with a new iPhone, I guess that's thinner. So to me, that is appealing to hear that they're going to go back to that thinness, but it's also going to be bigger.
We'll find out in September.
Yeah, but
if
it's
that
like
ends
not.
up happening.
It's not. Yes, the actual iPhone event, but it's not something so radically different.
Okay.
And also, people are not upgrading as much, and with inflation and all of these pressures. So I think that Apple really does need to find a new trick. Now, initially, the stock rallied a little bit, in terms of coming off of its lows on the OpenAI partnership. But the fact that you don't have the stock higher on that,
we spoke to Gil Luria over at D.A. Davidson a little earlier, and he made the point that if we do see an announcement like we saw a few years ago with the iPhone 12, where the iPhone 12 was the first piece of hardware that was available using 5G, then we could see a big upgrade cycle. And indeed, we got some news that it will only work on certain phones, the iPhone 15 Max, for example. I just wonder if that's enough to prompt people to actually buy new hardware. It's not. Is it a 5G moment?
That comes down to somebody's personal opinion. I don't think so. I think that Apple's big product moment, they need to put out something bright, new, and shiny, something that really people want to just run out and buy, just, as was the case with the iPhone before, and not just sort of like an upgrade of an old one.
And I hope I said iPhone 15 Pro, by the way. That's what I meant.
All right, good. That's what I'm kind of counting down to. I'm just going to say.
You're getting it?
I need a new one.
Okay.
Mama needs a new one.
Okay.
I'm getting a new pink one this week.
Ooh.
Yeah, but not
Of course you are.
Wait,
Yes,
why don't you
of
wait?
course,
Why don't you wait until September when a new one comes out?
I'm going on to this plan where you can get a new phone every month if you want, so I could.
We've done that. We've done that. All right. Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent Abigail Doolittle with the latest in terms of the Apple trade, which is off its lows of the day, but still a little bit lower. So we're going to stay with Apple.
Let's bring in Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent Mark Gurman, who joins us from LA. Mark, Tim Cook has wrapped up his comments. They began, the WWDC kicked off, I should say, at 1 p.m. Wall Street time, so it's been a couple hours. Biggest headlines so far, give them to us.
The biggest headline is probably that OpenAI partnership that we have been talking about for several months.
I knew that because you told us about it, Mark.
Yes,
ahead of time.
Yes, that was probably the highlight. But obviously, that's part of the larger AI strategy, which is Apple Intelligence, as we also talked about. Now, the way they explain Apple Intelligence is AI for the rest of us, right? That harkens back to the old school Apple line, which is a computer for the rest of us, right? And so this is a more friendly approach to AI. This is AI integrated deeply inside of applications, things like summarizing notifications, writing tools, image editing, much improved version of Siri. So the AI was the focus of the event. The other stuff sort of took, was pushed onto the back burner. They started off by talking about more customizable home screen on the iPhone and iPad, some new gesture controls to operate the Vision Pro. But of course, the highlights were, of course, the experience coming for AI to the iPhone, the iPad, and the Mac. And so it's going to be quite significant for Apple. It's very clear to me that they're starting off pretty slow here, and they're going to expand over time.
Couple questions. So AI for the rest of us, marketing or innovation in your view?
Well, it's marketing based on what they have available to them, right? This is as far as they could take their AI feature set for the time being, and so they're going to market around that. Their AI is not as advanced as what OpenAI is able to offer at this point, or Google Gemini. That's why they're partnering with OpenAI, on integrating ChatGPT into a chatbot inside of the iPhone experience. That's why they're still talking to Google Gemini and Anthropic about integrating their large language models into the iPhone as well.
Do they, go ahead, Carol.
Well, the one thing I was going to say is I'm a real observer. It's just kind of who I am as a personality. So kind of slow and steady sometimes, but slow and steady sometimes wins the race. And do you feel that way with Apple, that you're okay that they're kind of slow going? I mean, right, we often remind everybody they weren't the first out with a smartphone, but look at where they are today. So how you understand this company, how it fits into the broader kind of bigger tech world, if you will, slow and steady, okay for you?
Carol, here's the difference. You're right that Apple's typically not the first to a new product category, but they're also always the best. The iPhone wasn't the first smartphone, but it blew everything before it out of the water. You saw the same thing with the iPod before it, the iPad after the iPhone. You can even say the same thing about AirPods for earbuds and the Apple Watch for smartwatches. You saw nothing today that's better than the competition. You saw nothing today that's different from the competition, except marketing and a focus on privacy, right? So that's the difference here. They're not the first, but they're also not the best, and they're not the most advanced. They're here extremely late, and they showed up to the party without a gift, right? They didn't bring much new to the table here.
Who's doing what they want to be doing, Mark, but better right now?
Well, Google, OpenAI, Samsung's AI features were pretty impressive with the S24, and Apple's are pretty much in line with that. Now, the interesting part is they've really teased that this is going to improve and get better over the next year or so. So we could be having this conversation 1 year from now, and the Siri features and the AI functionality will be so much better than it is today. Right now, this is also only starting in US English. So there's a lot of market improvements they're going to need to make to roll this out as well.
Hey, Mark, Gil Lorio over at D.A. Davidson made the point to us a little earlier about the, and he cited your work over the last few weeks, about the iPhone 15 Pro supporting the new features. And he said, this was before it was announced, a little over an hour ago, this could be like a moment with the iPhone, the 5G iPhone back in, I think it was it the 12, Mark? The first iPhone that did 5G. Sort of the precedent for a big upgrade cycle as a result of a piece of hardware that is not backwards compatible, software that's not backwards compatible with older hardware. Did we see anything today that prompts people to go out and buy a new phone, even if they have a 14 or not a 15 Pro, that will get them to buy new hardware?
Well, I think when they announced the iPhone 16, clearly their central marketing point on the devices this fall is going to be the AI features, right? The AI features are going to come out alongside the iPhone 16. So if you want these AI features, you're going to have to get the 16 unless you have a 15 Pro already. So I definitely think that this is going to be a huge sales point, and it's going to spur an upgrade cycle for sure. People are going to want the AI features.
It's interesting, like I'm looking at our live blog and just, we take, after months of mystery over Apple's AI strategy, it took a step taken by nearly every other tech company, integrate some open AI models into your products for features like text generation. To me, it just is like, all right, everybody, you want to think AI, you got to keep thinking about open AI. Like that is the leader. That's the company that everybody wants to, kind of play around with. I don't know, like as you look at AI and Apple going forward, is it something that they can innovate on their own, or they've got to partner along with others at this point?
For now, they have to partner with others. The hope internally is within a few years they could, do this entirely on their own. I anticipate that happening eventually. They need to get their large language models up to snuff. The future of the company and the future of their hardware really depends on it. So I certainly expect them to upgrade their AI capabilities over time and move away from these partnerships.
There's more stuff this week, as we were just talking with our Scarlet Food, and she's like, it's a whole week-long thing. Is there anything more that you are focusing on? There's more to come, or this was really kind of the big deal?
Well, it is a whole week thing, right? But the rest of the week is labs and classes for developers to integrate the new features and APIs into their application. So there's no more news coming.
Okay, so in terms of the news that already came, what is it? Again, this is, Mark, this is the Worldwide Developers Conference. I mean, I think it's fair to say typically, with maybe the exception of last year when they unveiled the Vision Pro, typically this is really geared toward developers, and it doesn't necessarily make a ton of news outside of the developer world. What do you think we'll see from developers who are going to, take advantage of what Apple's offering in terms of tools to them?
Well, I think developers are going to be curious how they can integrate AI into their applications. What sort of frameworks are going to be available to sort of AI-ify their apps? Will they be able to use the new writing tools? Will they be able to use the new image generation features, right? And the answer to many of those questions is yes. And we're really looking out to see what types of new applications will be enabled by Apple rolling out these AI features. I certainly think that there's going to be a wave of new AI apps. There's not going to be an AI app store, as some have said. But Apple's here integrating AI heavily across its ecosystem, and that's a positive for the market.
Okay, speaking of the ecosystem, I mentioned Vision Pro. It's been out. It's been announced for a year. Did we get updates on Vision Pro today?
Yeah, so it's going international, as we've been expecting. The new Vision OS 2.0, well, there wasn't a lot to it. Some new gestures for opening Control Center and opening your home screen, some upgrades to some of their applications. You can AirPlay content into the Vision Pro, some new environments and the ability to see your keyboard while typing if you're using a physical keyboard. That's all, exciting. Nothing breakthrough. All a bunch of little catch-up stuff.
All right, I have two last questions for you. Your story that's out on the Bloomberg, which I highly recommend everybody check out. This was kind of the setting up, but also the post. But it initially said Apple event will show whether it can be a force in the AI industry. Can it? Did you get that? Did they show that,
Well,
Mark?
it can be a force in the AI industry with the right partnerships, and they made the right partnerships, and with the right applications, and with their new frameworks, they're hoping they enable the right applications. So I'd say the answer is unequivocally yes.
All right, last question. You're sitting down with Tim Cook. What's the number one question after today's event?
What's the number one question for Tim Cook?
Yeah.
Where are all the other breakthrough new features? How are you going to get people to really buy these phones? Where's the shakeup to iOS? I mean, we're getting Apple Intelligence, but the overall operating system still feels a little stale.
Carol, I'm going to wager that Tim Cook probably has a lot of questions for Mark Gurman based on Mark's reporting over the years.
Can we also ask him, Mark, did he do Apple Intelligence like the Bloomberg Intelligence? Was he looking at us? Maybe took a cue?
No, I think they just swapped artificial with Apple. I think it's just a marketing thing.
Well done, well done. Listen, thank you so much. We know you've been busy in the lead up to this, so good to get some time with you. Of course, he is Mark Gurman. He's our Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent. Be sure to check him out on the Bloomberg Terminal and also at Bloomberg.com.
Hey, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet for an update on what's going on with the markets. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Tim. We got stocks moving higher. I do want to focus on Apple. After all, Apple Monday, the WWDC conference underway in Cupertino. Apple shares down now by 1.6%, announcing its long-awaited new AI features, including tools supported by OpenAI's ChatGPT. But Apple shares are down with all the news coming out of Cupertino, again down 1.6%. Mark Gurman covers Apple for Bloomberg News. He was interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
You saw nothing today that's better than the competition. You saw nothing today that's different from the competition, except marketing and a focus on privacy, right? So that's the difference here. They're not the first, but they're also not the best, and they're not the most advanced. They're here extremely late, and they showed up to the party without a gift.
Indeed, a gift for the rest of the market, though, today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing, trading lower earlier in the day, but green on the screen right now with just about 38 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. S&P up 17, up 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 60, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 75 now, a gain there of 0.4%. That 10-for-1 stock split for NVIDIA now in effect. We've got NVIDIA shares advancing now by 1.3%. New reference point for the stock, 122.41 right now on shares of NVDA. Again, Apple worth repeating. We've got the developers conference underway. Apple shares are trading lower. Apple down by 1.8%. 10-year, 4.46. The 2-year, 4.88%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, Carol put this on my radar a little earlier. A main feature of the 2024 labor market is that fewer people are quitting their jobs. A lesser known one, we knew that from the JOLTS data and the quits rate, right? Mm-hmm. A lesser known one is that fewer are actually getting promoted.
It's really interesting. So that leaves what? Little room for new workers to break through as the ranks of employees above them are staying in place. And it makes it more difficult, Tim, for young graduates to get their foot in the door.
We've got back with us Jane Oates, Senior Policy Advisor at Working Nation. It's a media company that focuses on the future of work. Jane, also former Assistant Secretary of Employment and Training in the Obama administration. She joins us from Arlington, Virginia. Jane, how are you?
Hey, Tim. Good. Nice to be back. Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Yeah, it's good to have you back with us. Hey, I just want to start with the blowout jobs number that we got last week. It came in above all economists surveyed by Bloomberg expectations. We get that, and then still, based on surveys, people are not happy with what they're doing at work, and they're not happy with the economy. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the economy's tightening slightly. It couldn't stay where it was, with 3 jobs for everybody looking. So it's tightening a little bit, but I think as usual, you two follow the information trail. People are not moving. I mean, we saw all that stuff 18 months ago about people quitting and people are not moving now, and it's creating a real logjam. We have 4 million people leaving college this time of year, and another 1.5 million leaving high school and that want to go right into the workforce. It's going to be tough for the next few months.
I don't get it. It's just kind of wild, right? Like we talk about a tight labor market, people need workers, and yet, right, it's just these weird kind of, I don't know, cross currents. It's hard to make sense to some extent about what really is going on in the labor market.
I mean, look, Carol, some of it's geography. There are all these jobs open, but they're in places where there aren't people looking. Some of it's a skills mismatch. And some of it, I have to tell you, I like to blame the automated software that's looking at resumes. I think that businesses are missing a lot of talented people because whatever they forgot to put in their cover letter and on their resume isn't matching the language in the job description, so they're not getting the job.
But does it work
They're not
both
getting
ways?
spoken to.
Does it work both ways? I was talking to somebody who was doing some hiring ahead of intern season, and she told me this is a shocking number. There are basically 30 places for interns at the organization that she works in. They got thousands of applications, Jane, for those 30 spots. And I'm thinking to myself, how are you getting so many applicants? Are people just doing this automatically? Are they sending, how does this work?
Yeah, I mean, I think people are really interested in this paid internship thing. They realize that it's work-based learning at its best because they don't make a long-term commitment like in a registered apprenticeship program, but they're able to get in, see if they like the employer, see if they like the work. So it is really hot right now to get a paid internship. An internship of any kind, but most people need the salary to go along with it. But I understand. I mean, I like business too much to hound on them, but I do think, I know how cumbersome they have to keep their business going. They don't have time to look at thousands of applications for 30 open internships. You're right, Tim. I get that.
All right. So I don't know what's the, it's interesting. One of the things I keep saying, and forgive us audience, because I keep talking about Peter Goodman, his new book out, How the World Ran Out of Everything. And, I keep thinking about the future workforce because it seems like globalization has really, increasingly gotten rid of middle class, well-paying jobs that really allowed people to have a good life, buy a home, support their family, go on vacation, and that we've kind of gotten rid of a lot of those jobs in the middle sector, if you will. And I do wonder kind of if we're not, fertility rates are low, people, where's the future workforce going to be? Is it going to be robotic, automated, AI? I'm trying to understand kind of where this all goes ultimately.
Well, AI is going to influence every job that's out there, and it's also going to influence.
But how? We keep saying these big, broad things about AI, Jane. I'm curious how you see specifically that AI, which has been around for decades and already impacts our world, how the next generation of AI and large language models and so on really change significantly the workforce.
So there's going to be some immediate changes that are easy to see and some that are less easy to describe. But let's look at PR firms, right? PR firms used to hire lots of people. Junior staff people would come in. They'd write the first draft of something for a customer, and then somebody more senior would edit it and finesse it because they know the customer better. Right now, people are using generative AI to do that first draft. So you see real slowdown in hiring. You see a real problem in coding. You know, AI can write code faster than any human, and basically all those people who went to coding camps 10 years ago are looking at a very limited shelf life right now. Those are two easy examples.
Isn't it amazing how we were telling everybody, hey, you know,
Learn to code.
Right.
Go
Teach
to
your
boot
kids to
camp.
code.
Go to that coding school.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so let's leave it on this last question. What should we be teaching our kids? We have about 30 seconds left.
Yeah. What kind of
Uniquely,
yeah, should they go to college? What
Prompt
kind of degree
school.
should they get?
Prompt AI prompt school.
prompt engineers are getting laid off now, Tim, too, because people realized you didn't have to have that title. But you know, uniquely human skills, all the things that we've been talking about as employability skills. Learn to problem solve, critical thinking, learn to work in a team.
Sounds like a liberal arts education.
I was just going to say that. Finally, my history degree gets put to good use.
Remember when liberal arts actually was?
Yeah.
With some data analytics. Put some data analytics skills in there.
All right.
That part I don't have.
My daughter's kind of doing this kind of stuff. All
Good
right.
for her.
Good stuff. Yeah. All right, Jay Notes, thank you so much. Senior Policy Advisor at Working Nation, a media company that focuses on the future of work. She was a former Assistant Secretary of Employment and Training in the Obama administration.
Okay, we're about a half hour away from the close of trading. The Dow down about 0.1%. The S&P 500 down 0.3%. The NASDAQ down 0.4%.
And less than 48 hours away from the next Fed decision. So on that, to talk about that and the Treasury trade, Bill Gross, co-founder of PIMCO, speaking to our colleagues on the close right now on radio and on Bloomberg Television.
It is a very big week of economic news, and just a few of the highlights include that CPI report, the latest Fed decision on Wednesday. We're also going to keep an eye on producer prices and jobless claims on Thursday. Let's get some insight on what it all means for the bond market. Joining us is the bond king himself, Bill Gross, co-founder of PIMCO. Bill, it's our launch day. It's our first show on the new set. We relaunched. We super appreciate it. Joining us on launch day, Bill. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good to be here.
All right, what's the trade into the Fed on Wednesday? What do you think?
Well, I don't think there's much of a trade on treasuries. You know, to my way of thinking, the 10-year, which is close to 4.5, let's call it 4.5%, is dependent upon inflation, which we'll see on Wednesday, and we'll know more because of that. But if inflation is 2%, I think the 10-year belongs close to 4%. If it's 3%, it belongs closer to 5%, and we're right in the middle. So at the moment, with 4.5% 10-year treasuries and break-evens at around 220, you know, that's a 470 basically break-even for the nominal 10-year treasury, and I think we're about there. There's not much to be done until we know more.
Bill, what are the chances that we see, say, the median dot in 2024 and 2025 actually move higher? I mean, do you think there's a possibility, and what would be the reaction to something like that?
Well, I think it would be negative. You know, the Fed has basically signaled they're sort of done, perhaps 95% done in terms of raising rates. It's not that they can't raise them if the print on CPI isn't bad for the next several months, but you know, I think the market basically anticipates the Fed to stay, and maybe in September, maybe in December, maybe one or two cuts if, you know, the current numbers continue as we've seen them.
I am curious, Bill, when we talk about all the moves that we've been seeing in the bond market as of late, particularly in treasuries, as people try to sort of game what the Fed does next, is there still a strong correlation between what we're seeing there and what we're seeing in the equity market, or is that kind of splintered?
Yeah, I don't think it exists anymore. I mean, for years, I've followed the correlation between the two, between real interest rates and stock prices, between the Fed funds rate and stock prices. And, you know, as we've seen, you know, the Fed raised their short-term rates over the past year and a half or two from close to 0 to now 5 3/8, and the stock market basically has neglected all of that in terms of the rise in not only nominal but real interest rates. So, the correlation is broke down as more of a momentum type of market. Actually, it's a very momentum-driven market with AI that you've just talked about. And so I wouldn't be so keen, I guess, on correlating stock prices to interest rates at the moment, at least.
When you look at valuations around here, and I know you can sort of look at this market, either you could go the traditional bottom-up valuation method or just, I guess, look at the technicals and ride the momentum. But when you look at valuations and all the arguments right now that this market might be overvalued, things might be overpriced here, do you find, I guess, credence to that?
Oh, I think so. I mean, it depends upon which which PE multiple you use, whether it's the 10-year CAPE, as they call it, or whether it's the immediate expectation for the next 12 months. In any case, it's historically high or close to historically high at 21, 22 times for a PE. And so, to my way of thinking, if the economy slows, and I think it's slowing, we don't need a recession, but if the economy slows and earnings growth fails to meet expectations, I think there's a problem in terms of valuation at the moment for many stocks.
Many stocks. Well, does that mean, like right now, based on at least what we know publicly, would you be comfortable taking a broad market position right now in U.S. equities?
No, but I'd be comfortable in taking a specific, bet and investment in certain areas which are still very attractive. I know that's the standard explanation that investors basically say, but I think there's some areas in the market that are very attractive based upon a slowing economy and based upon high valuations in many stocks.
Where, Bill?
S&P
Where?
And the NASDAQ. Well, let's talk about a few. I've owned for a long time and have recommended for a long time master limited partnerships for pipelines. These are stocks, these are partnerships, and because of that, they can't be bought by basically by the market, by mutual funds, and so it's a narrow universe. These are stocks like Energy Transfer, ET is a symbol, like MPLX, Marathon Pipeline, which is the symbol there. They yield between 8 and 8.5%. And there's one that I love, I actually love, WES, Western Pipeline, yields about 9.5%. These yields are basically utility yields. They're take-or-pay type of contracts. They defer, because they're partnerships, they defer taxes on their dividends. And so it's a huge, it's a huge attraction to me in terms of yield and potential price appreciation. They're all close to the top of their 12-month highs.
Along the same lines, you mentioned utilities. Utilities continue to sort of outperform, and a large part of that are their power players like Vistra or Constellation Energy, and that's definitely related to the AI play. Do you buy into that kind of hype?
Yeah, I think so. I own some NEE, which is the Next Energy, and I think there's a correlation there between interest rates and between the price of the stock. So I think in certain areas, I think utilities as a whole have sort of been overblown in terms of their move relative to AI, artificial intelligence, and the fact that they use more energy. But there are certain stocks there. NEE is one of them that I like.
What about banks right now, Bill? There's been a lot of talk here about financials and this idea that quite a few of them might actually sort of have been kind of valued, maybe not appropriately. The idea that there's a little bit more juice left in some of those names. Do you find any real value there, particularly outside of just the big money center banks?
Yeah, I've bought some regionals today, and I do think they're down 10 or 15% from their peaks, and so that's one positive going forward. Many of them yield 5 to 5.5%. I bought this morning, KeyBank, KEY, yields close to 6%, and it seems to me that the commercial real estate problem has been reserved against for the most part, and so KEY or Truist, TFC, or Citizens, CFG, to my way of thinking, are very attractive investments for the immediate to long term.
I am curious on the point, though, of commercial real estate. There's been so much hand-wringing right now about the next shoe to drop, the idea that we haven't really worked ourselves through the CRE crisis or whatever we want to call it here. You're not worried that we're going to see any sort of major defaults, or at least not major enough that it would really rattle the market?
Well, I think it's dependent upon the economy. If we get a decent recession, then obviously commercial real estate loans are less attractive than they are at the moment. So watch the economy. As I pointed out before, I think in many cases these regionals have had a year or 2 years to reserve against the potential for additional losses. It's just they traded PEs of around 9. They traded price to book values of 0.7 or 0.8 relative to something like JPM, and so I like them for the long term.
Hey, Bill, one of the big news items that really moved markets over the last 24 hours is what we saw over with the parliamentary elections and Macron calling for legislative elections at the end of June, early July. The market moved quite sturdily here. The euro hit a 1-month low. You got a pop in yields. The BTP Bund spread really blew out. You got a weakness in the equity market over in France in particular. What did you make of the market reaction to what we saw?
Well, I think it's to be expected. I think in terms of an attraction, German 10-year bunds and French oats, the 10-year there, their spreads have narrowed significantly in the past month or two relative to treasuries, and today as well by 8 or 10 basis points. So there's coming a point where European bonds are more attractive than treasury bonds, in my opinion.
Where? What European bonds would you be looking at, Bill?
Well, I mentioned 10-year bunds, 10-year oats, Italian bonds as well has gained more traction in the past several weeks, and certainly after last night's snap election in France.
And it's interesting too, Bill, because we talk about what happened overnight with the EU elections and the snap election in France coming up. We also had 3 elections, one, of course, in India, and Mexico, and a couple other places, South Africa, that also rattled investors. And of course, as you know, we still have a big election here in the U.S. that could have a dramatic impact on investor psyches. Are those, at least here in the U.S., as we move forward to November, do you think that is going to be a tradable event? Do you think that the policy differences and the reaction to whoever wins in November will be market moving?
Yeah, I think so. And in these cases that you mentioned, these prior elections in the last few weeks, they've all moved right. And there's a certain consequence to that, but there's also an element of uncertainty. And so what we've seen, last night and what we've seen in the last few weeks is a reaction to uncertainty in terms of not only the party that's dominating, but uncertainty in terms of what their policies will be. And I think as we move to November and something becomes more clear in terms of who might or who might not win, the uncertainty plus the potential policy implications, I think, could impact treasuries significantly.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see your next investment outlook post-election to see what you have to say there. And it's interesting, too, how you've compiled all of your past investment outlooks into a new book. One thing that I didn't really see in there, and that maybe you'll have to do in an updated book, is maybe have a little bit more discussion about AI and what that means for the market as a whole. When you look at all the AI hype around here, the run-up in NVIDIA, do you find any sort of opportunity there that's to your liking? Do you think it's sustainable?
Well, I'm not a pro there, but I would say that AI, to my way of thinking, has the potential to increase productivity in general across the U.S. economy. The question is by how much, or if at all. To the extent that it even increases productivity by 0.5%, I think it's significant in terms of economic growth. So, that's the bet. specific stocks. I like Microsoft. I've never been involved with NVIDIA or Amazon or even Apple today, for instance. But Microsoft is my favorite. Other than that, it's a wait and watch type of situation in terms of the impact on economic growth.
So, Bill, not only is it the launch of our new show, but also you will be selling piece by piece a U.S. stamp collection on Friday and Saturday at Robert A. Siegel Auction House. Now, you've sold your stamps before. You are clearly a very well-known collector. Some of the estimates, though, think this could bring in a record of something like $20 million. Bill, what told you that this was the right time to sell in this kind of environment, these stamps?
Well, I'm 80 years old, and it's time to turn this over to some other future collectors. And I also think, a slight negative here is that stamp collecting has always been a function of kids and their collecting who later on become adults and, wealthy adults. But in this case, I don't think the kids are collecting stamps anymore. They're more involved with their cell phones and their games. But that'd be one of the reasons, too.
Well, I could tell you, Bill, there are still a few nerdy kids out there that are still into it. I know a couple in my family that still do it. I don't think they're in the market for the stamps that you're selling. They're pretty pricey here. But I was just looking through this is just an impressive collection. Obviously, probably the star of that, of course, is one of the inverted Jennies. But I am curious, like when you look at just the collection that you had and how you put them together here, was that really from the heart? Did you sort of look at this and just say, oh, this will be a good deal later? Or did you say, look, I just want to own this and I want a piece of this and I want to be able to hold it and look at it?
No, my mother back in the 40s and the early 50s collected stamps in order to send me to college. I took those stamps to San Francisco in 1961 and tried to sell them. They'd offer me nothing relative to the 3% on the face of the stamp. So basically, when I had some money 20 years ago, I said, she had the right idea, but she bought the wrong stamps. And so if I can apply bond market economic terminology and philosophy to the stamp auction, much like paintings have a provenance and so on, then perhaps we can make some money as well.
All right, Bill, always great to talk to you, and good luck on that auction later this week. Bill Gross, the co-founder of PIMCO, the Bond King, and I guess now, too, Alex, the Stamp King.
All right, Bond King, Stamp King, he does it all. All right, that, of course, was the Closed TV colleagues, Romaine Bostick and Alex Steele, with PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross. We are just under 15 minutes from the Monday market close.
Hey, let's get over to Charlie Pellet for an update on what's going on with those markets. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Tim. We do have the S&P 500 index trading at a record, the old record, 53.54. But right now, let us head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks in the green after a weak start with the Dow currently up 30 points. S&Ps are higher by 9 and NASDAQ rises 0.3%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.47%. Gold is higher by 17. Oil is also climbing. And Bitcoin, that's little changed. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were utilities and energy. Financials were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Home Depot and Walmart, while Apple fell 2% and led to the downside. In the tech space, at its developers conference, Apple did announce a partnership with ChatGPT, and in the auto space, GM rose 4% and broke out of a range. Wrapping things up, Eli Lilly traded to an all-time high after the FDA panel voted 11-0 that Lilly's drug works in Alzheimer's. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And NVIDIA shares, they're up today after that 10-for-1 split. First day under the new split. We've got NVIDIA up now by 0.7%. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just about 13 minutes left, just under 13 minutes left in today's trading. We've got equities near just off their best levels of the session, and you heard Charlie breaking down some of our focal points. You've got yields, certainly they have moved up coming off of that Friday jobs report. So that's kind of our backdrop, macro backdrop, as we are counting down less than 48 hours away from the next Fed decision.
What are you going to count down after that?
I don't know. You know me.
Yeah, you'll find something.
Earnings.
Okay, that's what it'll be. Hey, that chuckling you hear is a polite chuckle from Carol Schleif. She's Chief Investment Officer over at the BMO Family Office. She's here in the studio right now. Good to see you. How are you?
It's great to be here. It's lovely to be in New York. I love the energy.
Yeah. What do you think of it right now?
I love the energy, and actually I was astounded at the airport last night in Minneapolis.
LaGuardia?
It was Minneapolis. It was so busy, and every airport I've been in, except for Milwaukee last week, every airport I've been in has been packed. Every plane's been packed, so it's positive for our year-end expectation that we actually see the economy firmer by year-end.
So are you using that anecdotal data to sort of inform the way you're thinking about the economy?
I think it helps contribute, but so do conversations with our commercial bankers, so do conversations with my clients who are still active business owners in a variety of different parts of this economy, from basic manufacturing. So they're impacted by tariffs, they were impacted definitely by trying to get imports in through the ports, we've got all kinds of stuff.
Okay, so like I said, our audience is going to hate us at this point, because since we've been on air since 2 o'clock, all we keep talking about is this book by Peter Goodman, How the World Ran Out of Everything. But it really taps into globalization and kind of where we are. And then it kind of gets into why a lot of workers don't necessarily feel good, because either their jobs, they don't have them anymore. They were good paying jobs. Take the auto industry, and then maybe that's why you see some of the political polls or elections globally play out.
And skilled workers to run the plants that we're going to have, because these aren't going to be these aren't going to be our grandfather's manufacturing plants. They're going to be new manufacturing plants with fewer tech-enabled people.
So what does that mean? Like you mentioned, you've been talking to commercial bankers that you work with, business owners. What do the business owners say about, okay, how if we are doing more things, our supply chain back home, it's going to be a more expensive supply chain, I would assume. So when we think about that cost side to their equation, trying to run profitable businesses, and I think on the public market side of things, where investors care about things like buybacks and dividends, the cost equation changes. Like, how does the investment environment change, perhaps?
Well, the interesting thing is if you look at a long-term chart of margins, they're coming off of historic highs, and they've been at highs for a very long period of time. These aren't the margins we had when we were a manufacturing dominant society.
Benefiting by globalization.
Yeah, exactly. Well, benefiting by globalization and technology.
Okay, fair.
And so to the extent that we can get AI in there and figure out how to work smarter in those factories, in the long run, our suspicion is that margins don't have to be too hit. In the short run, it's tough to be a public company as opposed to a private company, because a private company, you can do those sorts of investments, rearrange your business, and then go public if you want, once you've done that. But it's tougher because investors do demand that quarter to quarter.
Yeah.
So we need CEOs, actually, if they could get together and say, no, here's our long-term vision, because a lot of countries, you take a country like China that can plan for the long term and trash earnings.
Well, we know shareholders are notoriously patient, right?
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I do wonder. First of all, Tim and I keep hearing where there's so much money in the private markets that it's like highly recommending younger companies to just stay private because they can benefit. So then it makes me wonder, from what we do on a regular basis in a big way is cover the public markets. Right. Makes me wonder about like the future of the public markets.
Well, I suspect you'll get you may not have a 95 to 2000 kind of a rush or a 1982 to 83 sort of IPO boom, but I would suspect sooner or later, even that most patient capital gets itchy in good markets to see it out. We'll see the test, because the so-called IPO window is hopefully opening. Yeah. We're wishing it would open and ready to do
Private
deals.
Equity folks would like for it to open.
Yeah, and
there's some signs that it's opening a little bit.
There are, and I mean, it all depends on if you can get those deals out and they generate more deals. I mean, investors are anxious for that to happen.
Do you want to ask about, can we ask about Apple? Do you have a thought?
Yeah.
I know you don't, I don't know how specific you can get and drill down, but, we've been focused on Apple, AI. There's still one of the largest market cap companies. I don't know, is there a technology thought? I don't know where you want to go and how specific you can drill down.
Well, I think the interesting thing is like everyone wants to know what exactly this is going to do for me and how excited it's going to get. But did I know I was going to become addicted to my iPhone before they introduced it? No, I mean, I want that sort of sizzle.
I thought it was just for phone calls.
But I also do want, and I was listening to you earlier, and I saw those same memes go through my Instagram, because I actually have trained my Instagram to feed me funny stuff to make me laugh at night.
That's good.
But
maybe we should all have that.
The meme about please unload my dishwasher and do the clothes, not paint my pictures and write my music and do that stuff. Right. But we want something like that. But I also want something to organize my day, and totally to the I need to arrange for 12 people to Mexico next spring. You sit on the phone and figure it out and get me the room I need.
Okay, but it's funny you say that, because we only have about a minute left, that we're all addicted to our phones, but we're also all probably trying to use them less.
I'm trying to use it strategically.
Yeah.
In terms of there's certain things that I have on because it's the only way I get pictures of the grandkids or invites to their birthday parties. Yeah. And then there's other things in there that I train there specifically to, because I don't hover over certain things and I do hover over other things to train it to make me laugh. So.
Yeah, I actually put it down. I actually put it down on the charger, especially on like weekends, and unless I know that I've got something work-related or something, and it's not that my family, usually I'm with most of the family that I most care about.
Yeah, you have to be very intentional about it, though, because there is that addictive component to it.
I think she set up a filter for my text messages, because when I text you, Carol Masser, I'm surrounded by Carols right now, so I have to.
Tim is always like, check your phone, check your messages.
I'm like sending her an email. Check your texts, or sending her a text. Check your email.
Oh my God, it's complicated.
Just love, Carol. Carols, all love.
All Carols are great. I'm just going to put it out there.
There you go.
Really fun to have you in. I hope you enjoy your time in New York and look forward to next time.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Carol Schleif, she's Chief Investment Officer over at BMO Family Office, joining us in our Interactive Brokers studio. All right, folks, just a few minutes left in the trading session, getting ready to join our TV colleagues, talk about the trade, as we say, but it is a big week. We've got that Fed meeting on our mind. Stick around. We're heading over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starting now.
You're on Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele. And here to help take us through the closing bell, it's our global simulcast. We're joined right now by Scarlett Fu in our newly revamped Studio 2 here in the Bloomberg World Headquarters. Meanwhile, Tim Stenovic and Carol Master, they're still in that old radio booth.
You know
but we still love them more than anything else as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg. I got a whole script here to read, Tim Stenovic and Carol Master, but I'm done. Go ahead.
Old can be good, you know. Sometimes even better.
I just wanted to make sure I was in the right place.
Yeah.
I also want to say congratulations on just a fantastic relaunch.
He's so nice.
Thank you. I worked really hard on this. Every weekend I was in here hammering everything together.
Yeah, working on the big screens behind you,
Yeah,
right?
it's a lot
The
of work.
big
Should have seen him in his
Did you
overalls.
compose the music too, Romaine?
Yeah,
I do like it.
Did his overalls have a flower? That's all I want to know.
Yes. We'll go with yes. It's all fictional. Yes, they do, Carol.
That makes me so happy. All right, should we talk about the markets?
If you must.
What's going on today?
AI for the rest of us, Carol.
Yeah,
That's what's
AI.
going on today.
All in on AI. Although Apple shares right a little bit lower, guys.
Yeah, all in on AI.
Well, that's because Apple doesn't have its own AI, right? It's linking up with all these other companies.
Does
to do it.
anybody have its own AI? Is it
Yeah,
all
NVIDIA
Anthropic
does.
OpenAI does. Google's doing a pretty good job. Meta Platforms, you could argue, has its own with Llama.
And NVIDIA makes money no matter what.
That's right.
Okay, well, that's a good deal. When does this translate to Apple, though? Am I supposed to run out and buy an iPhone because of what they said today?
Yeah, maybe an iPhone 15 Pro or the next iteration of the iPhone, which I'm guessing is going to be called the iPhone 16, Romaine.
Okay, I'll put that on my calendar for, I don't know, what is it, 2045? All right, we get the closing bells here in New York. Green day across the screen, though the gains are relatively incremental. You're looking at a Dow Jones Industrial Average up more than 70 points on the day, or about 0.2%. The S&P 500 up about 14 points, or 0.3%, while the NASDAQ Composite looking to close out the day right now as we wait for these numbers to settle higher by about 59 points, or 0.4%. You saw a little bit more action here in the cyclical space here. Dow Transport's up about 0.9%, and the Russell 2000 going to close out the day higher by 5 points, or 0.25 percentage point.
All right, interesting, guys. Back to the S&P 500. 280 names to the upside right now. 221 losing some ground today, so not quite an even split. And two that are unchanged, Scarlett.
Yeah, let's take a look at the industry groups. This is, of course, IMAP, which shows you which sectors are in the green, which sectors are in the red. You've got utilities, and Alex, this is, of course, Constellation Energy, Vistra, which you've been talking about for a while now, gaining 1.25% as a group. Energy in second place, and communication services up by 0.6%. The laggards here are financials, consumer staples, and materials, but they're not falling by a whole lot.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers, if I may, on this Monday. Southwest, up at its highs, 9.4% to the upside, finishing the day with a 7% gain, up the most since about November of 2020. The Wall Street Journal did report earlier in the day that Elliott Investment Management built an almost $2 billion stake in the U.S. carrier, so investors certainly taking note of this one. The report saying that the size of the holding makes the activist firm one of the largest investors in the company, and that Elliott plans to engage with management, so stay tuned on that one.
Did you see one of my favorite stories is on the terminal is about how Elliott is basically canceling the summer for a lot of CEOs as they taking all these activist stakes here. I'm sure all these CEOs are like, darn.
Tough stuff. It's tough stuff.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's why they get paid the big bucks.
Exactly.
They don't have to work during the summer?
They could just put it on.
Have you met,
They can still have these combos in the Hamptons.
Yeah. Have you ever met any of these CEOs, Tim?
Whoa.
No
All right.
comment.
No comment, yeah. All right, Constellation Energy, I think, Scarlett, you brought this one up. Finishing up pretty much near its highs of the days, up about 8.5%. This one, a top name, the #1 gainer in the S&P 500. Utilities outperformer, BMO analyst James Thalacker saying he continues to see this company as uniquely positioned to continue to leverage its intrinsic and expanding extrinsic value, given the scale of its carbon-free asset portfolio and commercial capabilities. So reiterating its outperform rating on the stock, $248 price target, which is a fair amount of upside because the stock closing just under $215 a share. CrowdStrike, also one that was popping up. It's the second top performer in the NASDAQ 100, finishing the day with a gain of more than 7%. CrowdStrike, GoDaddy, KKR, all of them higher in the session as it was confirming that these stocks would join the S&P 500 in the latest quarterly weighting change. So some movement there in the index. All right, Tim, over to you.
Okay, you can probably guess that my first decliner today is going to be Apple. Worth checking in on shares as the Worldwide Developers Conference, WWDC, gets kicked off today. It's going to last the entire week, but the big news made today, shares finished today down by 1.9%. The company did announce long-awaited new AI features, including tools supported by ChatGPT. The idea is it's going to bring technology that's personalized, safe, and deeply integrated into the software of the company. It's going to summarize text, create original images, retrieve the most relevant data when users need it. We'll see, though, if it does prompt hardware upgrades. Investors did give that tepid reaction to the news, which not so uncommon when Apple does debut long-anticipated new features. Also, shares of AMD taking a hit today. This after Morgan Stanley downgraded the company to equal weight from overweight, saying investor expectations for the AI business, quote, seem too high. Shares falling by 4.5% today. Analyst Joseph Morris saying that AMD products are likely to win share in the client and server CPU markets this year. High expectations for its AI business don't leave room for much upside. Finally, checking in on shares of Celsius, which fell on the day today to its lowest level going back to February. Analysts again citing reports of continued decelerating trends in Nielsen's latest report that was issued today. Shares falling by more than 9%. The stock down more than 30% from its March 14th
This is the energy drink maker?
It's the energy drink, yeah.
One of my producers, she just drank like 3 cans of this right before the show.
That's why she's talking so loudly in our ear today.
Is that a regular thing?
Yeah, apparently. I don't know.
No, it's just for launch day.
I'll be honest, I've never had Celsius, but it's extremely popular. I see people drinking it everywhere. The stock has been gangbusters for years, but recently, these trends reports from Nielsen say there are some downward trends. Inventory changes made by PepsiCo, which distributes Celsius, but also softer sales trends are a concern.
All right, let's go to the bond market because it is quite interesting to take a look at it. If you look at the long end, you saw selling all across the board. You had a 3-year auction that was pretty tepid, and you really had to increase the yield in order to get people to come in and buy. The front end might be a little bit different, but you're looking at, say, the 30-year up by about 3 basis points. But it all really hinges on what happened in Europe, guys, and the sell-off in the bond market, particularly in France and some of the peripheral countries like Spain and Italy, as Emmanuel Macron called some parliamentary elections after European Parliament had a little shake-up there. So we'll see about any kind of follow-through selling as well. Carol.
All right. And do we want to just mention quickly this headline? Apollo Incandextral in talks for a joint bid for DXC technology. So this is coming from Reuters. So it looks like a joint bid just coming on. We were just talking a little bit about M&A space and some stuff going on. So we'll see. Maybe some deal flow.
Yeah, we saw those shares spike right at the close here, up about 11% here. And then, of course, adding to that now here in after hours trading, Scarlett. And maybe this is sort of a sign that maybe the M&A market is opening up and the IPO market could open up as well. We had news earlier today that StubHub might be ready to go public as soon as next month.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for that. And of course, the bankers are waiting in earnest for that. There's a lot of dry powder that needs to be put to work. And the only question is, what's going to happen with the economy? There's so much uncertainty, and of course, so much hinges on how the Federal Reserve positions its view of the economy come Wednesday.
You're so close.
Go ahead, Romain.
Like I can just like.
Oh my God! Look, there you go.
Your shot now. It's like normally they have us spread out so far, and now Alex is right here. It's
we can
just
read your
lock
emails, man.
arms
This
and
is the
read my
end of
emails.
emails.
Do we have to turn this car
So how am I supposed to
around?
talk trash about Alex live on
great
set?
shot.
now?
After, or on your phone. That's fair. Yeah, right? Why not? Tim,
You know, it was a
help
big
us.
deal in this studio when I moved from the chair that was far away from Carol to the chair actually next to Carol. It was
I wasn't
a sign,
so sure I
you know,
wanted that to happen.
the
but it
pandemic
happened.
that we were
I'm just kidding.
vaccinated.
I'm kidding.
It happens.
Don't worry, you guys are next.
Guess what, guys? It's time to go ahead and eat your Krispy Kreme, or at least this is according to a Truist analyst. Upgrading the stock, Krispy Kreme, which actually was up about 6.5% in today's session. Upgrading it to buy from hold, reversing their October downgrade on the stock. Basically saying the overhang from the drugs known as GLP-1s is already here and fully reflected in the stock's current valuation. So it's time. Yeah, we know we want to eat healthy, but it's, you know, we like our sweets, so it's time to have
Already
a
here, meaning like it's already been priced in or
That's
something?
what they are saying.
That's pretty impressive. What's not here currently is a mountain pass. This was an incredible story, guys. I don't know if you saw the video, but a huge chunk of a mountain pass road collapsed between Idaho and Wyoming. And this is also in our interest here because it's near Jackson Hole, Wyoming, which is where the Fed meeting takes place in August. This will not impact that meeting because you have to go on the other side. But the Rocky Mountain Summit, if you ever have to go there for one of their summits, you'll have to go around, take an extra hour plus, or fly into a different airport. And the question is, how does that even happen? how does that just fall down? And how do you fix that in a timely manner?
Alex, nature is undefeated.
It is.
Or our infrastructure is not so great.
What I was gonna
and
go
we got to
with.
prop it up.
That's what I was going to go
Did you
with.
notice that Alex brought it back to the Fed?
I know.
It always goes
we're
back.
Bloomberg, man.
But,
It always goes
You gotta
back
love
to
the
the
effort, though, right? You know what this means? It means that somebody's expense report is going to show a lot of helicopter rides on it.
Exactly.
Come August.
Yeah, Mike McKee.
Well, you guys are looking darn good all
Thank you
together. We
very
kind of
much.
love that. Really, really nice. All right. Well, congratulations. And then we will see you again tomorrow. Same place, same bat channel, as they say. The closing bell.
People still say that?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, it's kind of wacky.
Batman fans here.
Yeah.
Across platform, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg
What
Originals.
about Superman?
All right. Yeah. Who doesn't love a superhero?
Wonder Woman.
Catwoman?
All right. Meow. All right. We'll see you guys.
Go to break.
tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is a Bloomberg Business Week, and all this month, Bloomberg Business Week will feature voices on topics related to equality. On that, Carol, our colleague Jarrell Dillard, reporting last month that 3 years after pandemic-era funding led to a boom in black-owned businesses in the U.S., the cohort of entrepreneurs seeking to expand is facing the same barriers to capital that hampered generations of owners before them.
Yeah, we've seen this movie before. In 2023, just 32% of black owners were fully approved for a loan or line of credit compared to 56% of white entrepreneurs. That's according to a March report from the 12 regional Federal Reserve banks. Black owners, Tim, were also more likely to have to use personal funds to address financial challenges. So tapping credit cards and things like that.
Yeah, one organization trying to address this is Momentous Capital. It's a nonprofit, and it just announced a $171 million fund to invest in small businesses that are creating social impact in underinvested communities. Irenilsa Lopez is Managing Director of Investments at Momentous Capital. She joins us from Brooklyn. Irenilsa, good to have you with us this afternoon. I think the big question I have is about the structure of the organization, because when we talk about companies or bodies that invest in other companies by providing capital to them, so much we talk about is in the for-profit space. Give me some details about the structure of Momentous Capital that allows it to be a nonprofit that makes these type of investments that's looking for return.
Certainly. So Momentous Capital is a brand of organizations which include mission-driven lenders. So it includes capital impact partners and includes CDC, small business lending. And these organizations have over 40 years of experience lending to small businesses and also operating in the underserved community space. And so when we speak about these organizations, yes, they are a nonprofit. However, our fund, the Equitable Prosperity Fund, is actually a third-party fund that we came together alongside aligned investors. So we have over 20 limited partners that make up this fund, which does include Momentous Capital, but it also includes our aligned partners from many years and also some new partners. So we have financial institutions, we have high net worth individuals, family offices, corporations, and also charitable foundations. So it's sort of a blended capital structure, which exists as its own fund. That's a $171 million fund, and that's the fund that is able to make these private investments into these small businesses.
And talk a little bit about the expectation, at least timeline for returns here. We're talking expectations are 3 to 5 years to see a return?
Those are the individual investments and how they're structured, yes.
Okay.
The fund itself is your standard run-of-the-mill 10-year close-ended private equity fund. The way which we structure it with our investors. Each investment as a whole is structured to be along the 3 to 5 year, nothing's written in stone, but that's where we have found where we can provide growth capital in an adequate amount of time to also at the same time liquidate and provide the return to the investor, while at the same time the growth capital itself can be used to grow by the entrepreneur.
Explain the type of capital that you offer. You said growth capital, but you also say it's non-dilutive. So does that mean you're giving loans to these companies?
Yes, actually, that's a great question. It's a question we get almost every day. And so the nexus, the reason for this fund is because we have found, and again, the over 4 decades of experience, is that entrepreneurs are oftentimes, the structure of a traditional debt instrument is often lacking for some of these entrepreneurs that don't fit the mold. Either it's a personal guarantee, collateral-based, fixed payments, and payments that don't align with the business's specific cash flows. On the other hand, you have equity, and then you have equity where you imagine you're an entrepreneur, you've built your business, it's a family business, and then you sort of have to give a piece of it to a new institutional capital provider. So our instrument lies somewhere in the middle. So it's much more patient capital. It's revenue-based repayments, profit-based financing, meaning we are taking the growth risk alongside the business. And so we structure our investments so that it's a revenue-based sort of repayment structure, so that if the business requires maybe a couple of years for that capital to really begin to leverage in returns, we're there with the business until it does begin doing so. And then we don't take any shares. We have no ownership stake. We have a preferred equity stake. And so what we try to do is we try to give the best of both worlds. And so it's not a traditional debt structure where there is no personal guarantee, there are no collateral, no fixed payments expected. However, we're not there forever. We have a structure that is self-liquidating in a sense. So we also hope for our own investors' sake to provide them that liquidity that also your traditional equity investments don't provide, which is oftentimes a very heavy back-ended exit risk.
Irene, also, would you say that would it be fair to call it sort of in the private credit universe?
Yeah, what do you call it?
It's definitely a payable, right? It's certainly a payable, yes. I would say we'd like to say it's an instrument. Well, we don't like to call it a loan, because ultimately it's an open-ended redemption period. The redemption period is defined by when we do receive these returns. So if it takes the company a little bit longer than that 5 years, that's just the way we structure the instrument. So we are there to make sure that we benefit and we are repaid when the company is in fact doing well with our capital.
So just so that I understand, so then what's typically the return to investors, and then what's the cost to those that are borrowing or partnering up with you and getting the infusion of capital?
Yeah, the return we're targeting, it's a market return. So we are targeting commercial returns. And I would say, without getting too specific, of course, for our investors, and the cost is somewhere along between I would say, subordinated debt and equity sort of expectations. And the reason for that is because of the highly subordinate nature of our instrument. What we want to do with the instrument is not just provide the capital, but also crowd in additional capital that may be needed. So the use of our funds is for growth, but ultimately these companies will similarly have working capital needs or just other continued funding needs. And so we're not there to take up any sort of asset claims or collateral claims.
Yeah.
And so what we would like to do is have other lenders look at the company and say, well, we have some level of comfort that there's this institutional investor in there, and also that they have become subordinate to any senior lending. And so we're there to provide senior lenders with some comfort. And so you can imagine the risk-return profile of that being somewhere in the middle.
Give us an idea, we've got about a minute left, of some of the companies that you've invested in. What's the typical size that a lender or borrower, needs? Give us an idea. And what type of businesses are we talking about?
Yeah, so we would like to target investments, particularly that serve underserved communities, but particularly we're focused on improving access to healthcare and improving access to healthy foods. So one of our investments is a healthy food distributor that works with diverse farmers in Virginia and distributes healthy foods to underserved populations in Washington, D.C. So that's one of our investments. Another one of our investments is a medical imaging company where our growth investment was used to grow and develop a telescan for maternal health screenings in healthcare deserts. So the typical size of our investments tends to be between 3 to 5 million, which does translate to companies that would begin with maybe a $4 million revenue size.
Do all of them survive? Just got about 15 seconds. Do they make it?
Yes, I mean, listen, our portfolio is healthy today. We just closed, but we have about 2 years in. So our portfolio is doing well so far.
Irenilsa Lopez, Managing Director of Investments over at Momentous Capital, joining us from New York. Thank you so much. Coming up next, how the world ran out of everything inside the global supply chain with journalist and author Peter S. Goodman. That's right after this on Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting earnings out of Autodesk. First quarter net revenue did beat estimates. First quarter adjusted EPS, $1.87. Estimates on Autodesk were for $8.77. Stocks higher across the board today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green. In fact, a record for the S&P, a record for NASDAQ. NASDAQ up 59, up by about 0.3%. S&P up 13, now at a record 53.60, up 0.3%. The Dow pushing higher, up 69, gain there of 0.2%. 10-year 4.46% with a 2-year 4.88%. Spot gold today up $16 the ounce, up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, $77.89 for a barrel of WTI. Apple shares lower today, even after unveiling new artificial intelligence features. Today, we saw shares of Apple declining. We had Apple today lower by just about 1.9%. Again, recapping records for the U.S. stock market. S&P up 13, gain there of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Bill Clinton and the WTO, just-in-time and lean manufacturing, McKinsey consultants who earned the nickname the Lean Taliban, China, share buybacks, increasing dividends, and executive compensation that has skyrocketed.
Well, the decline of union power in the working class, monopolistic takeovers, and then, of course, the pandemic and the great supply chain crisis. If you want to understand how our world really, really works today, economically and politically, and how we got here, then sit down, put down whatever the heck you are working on. Get ready for our next guest, journalist and author Peter S. Goodman. He's global economics correspondent at the New York Times. His new book, which neither of us, to be fair, can put down, How the World Ran Out of Everything Inside the Global Supply Chain. He joins us here in studio. And fair to say, we found our summer read.
Yeah, I'm going to need another read pretty soon after this one. To understand the supply chain, Peter visits seemingly every link of it. He spends time in one of the largest exporters of almonds in California and with the dock workers who are supposed to get those almonds all over the world. He hitches a ride through Kansas with a Brahms-loving trucker, feeds cows with a third-generation rancher in Montana, and eats breakfast with the commissioner of the Federal Maritime Commission. He visits ports from L.A. to Savannah to explain how the world found itself in the greatest supply chain crisis it's ever seen.
All right, he is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We wanted to do the setup because it's really comprehensive, and I do feel like, I think it's safe to say that it explains a lot of kind of where we are today. So Peter, you have had such a front row seat to so much that is going on in the world. Tell us about that front row seat and what kind of really, stands out for you. We're going to kind of dig into the book specifically, but that front row seat has given you really this wonderful opportunity to see a lot.
It's changed the way I look at any package that lands at my door, or really any product that somebody made somewhere that had to be transported to a store or to a home or a business. We don't tend to think about the supply chain. It's one of those things, it's like the light switch. We're not thinking about the internal wiring. We flip it on, the lights work. Well, when we needed it most, it failed. It buckled, and we had frontline medical workers dealing with COVID patients without protective gear. We had families unable to find infant formula. I mean, that was an incredible crisis. We had the toilet paper scare, which turned out to not be so much a shortage as a question of hoarding. And we all remember these ships, 50, 60, 70 ships that were floating off the coast of Southern California, unable to land, floating for weeks at a time before they could find a slot to load and unload all these factory goods coming in from China. And I think for all of us in the midst of the pandemic, it was so bewildering that it gave us this curiosity about these people we never think about. So yes, as you guys pointed out, I climbed into the front of a truck. I visited with rail maintenance workers who are away from their families for weeks at a time, and I really tried to understand what has gone haywire here.
Peter, the reason we're talking about such a complex supply chain is because of globalization. And one thing that Carol and I were talking about as we were preparing for this was that your career has kind of coincided with the rise of globalization.
Right.
Being a reporter in South Asia in the 90s and then post.com crash, working for the Washington Post, I think it was out of Shanghai.
That's right.
You visited a lot of these factories at times when they weren't what they are today. Talk a little bit about how you've seen that your career alongside the rise of globalization.
Yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out. So I landed in China in 2001, which was the same year that China, of course, enters the World Trade Organization, this landmark, moment for globalization. And it was pretty clear then that China had huge aspirations and that the world was flocking to China in large part because, corporate CEOs who are constantly looking for ways to cut costs availed themselves of this ultimate opportunity to, engage Chinese labor as a way of undercutting labor costs at home in the U.S., in Japan, in South Korea, in Europe. And it was also clear that the Chinese government had very systematically built out the infrastructure that was needed for trade. So, visited massive ports, factories that were capable of making, enough microwave ovens to supply Walmart for a year, and whole towns were set up for single industries. I remember going to the necktie town. There was this one town in one province that was suddenly making more neckties than all of Italy, in the course of a decade. So you could feel that the scale was available. But what I didn't understand, and what I've come to understand through this book, is that all of this was premised on the idea that container shipping would be basically free and reliable. And what I've come to see is that we built this global economy, putting ourselves really at the mercy of this international cartel.
Well, so go back to, we did kind of a laundry list coming in, and there's so many different characters: Henry Ford, the Rouge plant, Taiichi Ono, Toyota after World War II, McKinsey, the consultants, Bill Clinton and the WTO, and then we'll also get into Mr. Walker and his company Globe. But if you had to pinpoint, was it President Bill Clinton, former President Bill Clinton, and the push to get everybody, or to get China in the WTO, that's why we're having this conversation? That's why when the pandemic hit, we were like, what the heck happened to our global supply chain? Is it that particular moment in time that got us to here?
I think that's a landmark. I mean, there's a lot of moments in time, right? I mean, I write about Ford because I was interested in the rise of mass assembly. I write about the roots of the shipping container because the process of standardizing cargo made it possible to go look for the cheapest place to make anything. You could go anywhere around the world.
But if China wasn't accepted on a global scale in terms of trade, right? There was a big push. There were lots of concerns about human rights. There are still lots of big concerns about human rights. And yet there they were, right, in the WTO, something they fought for.
Well, here's the part that people are generally afraid to talk about. China gets into the WTO because American retailers lobby like crazy to get China into the WTO, and nobody wants to be affiliated with this story of labor exploitation. Now, let's remember, Chinese labor in American history, from the beginning, it's about undercutting wages, right? Chinese workers are systematically brought over from China to build the railroads because the mostly Irish laborers say, this is pretty dangerous and we're not getting paid enough. So this is a continuation of that story, a century later, where now we're bringing the production to China, and there's a sort of seamy, unsavory quality to the story because, of course, China is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. There's no elections. You can get access to land. You can bypass workplace and environmental standards by cutting some local party official in on part of the spoils. Well, this is not a good story for Bill Clinton, who, only a decade before he lobbies to get China into the WTO, is running as the guy who's, disciplining George H.W. Bush for coddling the butchers of Beijing. He's very critical of the crackdown against the pro-democracy demonstrators in Tiananmen Square. Well, I tell this story in the book. It's not even a decade later, and Clinton's in Beijing at a banquet at the Great Hall of the People across the street from Tiananmen Square, where he literally picks up the baton and conducts the People's Liberation Army Orchestra as they play this John Philip Sousa March. Now, why is Bill Clinton there? He's there because his party, the Democratic Party, is pulling in massive campaign contributions from retailers, and they're fashioning this story. It's not totally a fairy tale, right? I mean, trade has been the linchpin of American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, but there are a lot of reasons to be dubious that, this is really about, it's not just about selling Chinese people lots of stuff, it's not just about buying cheap goods from China, this is about democratizing China.
Well, that was the goal, the thinking that, okay, let's open up, trade, and probably democracy will come, and the human rights abuses will go away. Like that, like you, I feel like my career has kind of seen like the opening of China, and that this was going to solve so much, and yet it didn't necessarily play out that way.
Well, one part of it played out. We got really low-cost goods from China. The Walton family, the founders of Walmart, for a while became, the wealthiest family on earth. And anybody who moved production over to China at scale and managed to do the right deals rewarded their shareholders handsomely. That part held to form. Also, not incidentally, the industrialization of China lifted several 100 million people out of poverty. And that's highly significant. But the part about, once Chinese people get a taste of Kentucky Fried Chicken, they're going to demand the ballot box. Well, that has not worked out, as I think everyone is now aware. You know, we're talking about genocide, according to the Biden administration, in Xinjiang, where the Uyghurs are pressed into forced labor to produce cotton that ends up in lots of apparel. Of course, we still don't have elections. The central government has actually strengthened its role in Chinese society. So we don't hear that talk anymore. And of course, now it's become politically fashionable within both parties to attack China as our enemy.
And yet we're still making a lot of stuff there. We're going to continue this conversation, so hang on for a second.
We're with Peter S. Goodman. He is global economics correspondent at the New York Times. The new book, How the World Ran Out of Everything Inside the Global Supply Chain. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Jurors have begun deliberating in Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial. Attorneys for the president's son rested their case today without calling any more witnesses. Then both sides gave their closing arguments. Prosecuting attorneys argue that no one is above the law as they pressed for a conviction. Hunter Biden is accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. His attorneys say he was on the road to sobriety when he bought the gun. The U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to consider killing a lawsuit that accuses Meta of misleading investors. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more on the specifics.
The lawsuit brought by Meta shareholders claims the company inflated share prices by not telling the whole story about a data mining scandal. They claim Meta, known then as Facebook, publicly characterized the risk of a breach as hypothetical. Now, the justices today said they would decide whether a federal appeals court was wrong to let the lawsuit move forward. And for nearly 20 years, the SEC has required companies to disclose material factors that would make an investment risky. But this case could also reset the legal rules governing that corporate disclosure. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is working on a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. He's been meeting today with Egyptian and Israeli officials, and he's sounding hopeful.
I think this is a critical moment because we see the possibility, we see the prospect of an immediate ceasefire, of getting all the hostages home, of getting on the path to a durable resolution for the conflict in Gaza.
Blinken says a ceasefire is desperately needed. The UN Security Council today voted for a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Connecticut's Dan Hurley has turned down an offer to be the new coach of the LA Lakers. He was offered $70 million. Global news 24 hours a day whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story and a headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. Elon Musk says he will ban Apple devices if they integrate OpenAI at the OS level. Again, that headline right now, breaking news, worth repeating. Elon Musk says he's going to ban Apple devices if they integrate OpenAI at the OS level. Also, another headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service, UAW President Shawn Fain is under investigation by the union's Federal Monitor. This according to a court filing. Stocks higher, eking out gains, but records today for both the S&P 500 index and the NASDAQ Composite Index. S&P today advanced 13 points to 5360, up 0.3%. NASDAQ, a record there, up 59, up 0.3%. The Dow up 69, a gain of 0.2%. But to be sure, we now have the S&P at 5360, up 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.46% with a 2.2309 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.4%, 78.07 a barrel. Wall Street, meanwhile, looking ahead to Wednesday's Fed decision, and earlier today, Bloomberg Television and Radio caught up with PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross.
I think the market basically anticipates the Fed to stay, and maybe in September, maybe in December, maybe one or two cuts if the current numbers continue as we've seen them.
PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross interviewed on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Again, the 10-year right now, 4.46%. First day of trading for NVIDIA after the split, and NVIDIA shares today, they did move higher. NVIDIA today up by 0.7%. NVIDIA now at 121.79. Recapping, S&P at a record up 13, up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And just to rehash, since it did just cross the Bloomberg terminal as what we call a redhead, Elon Musk tweeting out, if Apple integrates OpenAI at the OS level, then Apple devices will be banned at my companies. That is an unacceptable security violation. So again, just putting this out.
Don't forget that he has the competitor xAI, which he's raised money for, that competes directly with OpenAI. He also said that visitors would be required to check their Apple devices at the door.
All right, we're living in interesting times, to say the least.
Okay, so I want to get back to Peter S. Goodman. He's global economics correspondent at the New York Times. The new book, I got it in my hand right now, How the World Ran Out of Everything Inside the Global Supply Chain. Peter, you mentioned before we went to do some news, concentration in shipping.
Yeah.
I believe you called it a cartel.
Right.
I had no idea before reading this that it was basically, what, 3 companies?
3 alliances.
That
So there's
control...
a bunch of companies, but think of it like airline alliances.
3 alliances that control basically all of shipping.
95% of the shipping from China to the West Coast of the United States.
Some of the companies owned by China or are state subsidized organizations. How did it become like that?
It became like that because there was deregulation pretty much everywhere, including in the U.S., where there used to be this antitrust exemption, but there was regulation on shipping rates. So you had to post what your rates were from one place to another. You couldn't negotiate a deal in secret. It was all above board, sort of like a utility, right? Like the government's involved because this is a vital part of the economy. And then basically retailers lobbied. There were a couple of landmarks. The last one was in the 80s. There was no Amazon then, but there was Walmart, Target. The big retailers thought, well, if we're bringing over lots of these factory goods from China to the West Coast of the U.S., to the East Coast of the U.S., we would like to be able to negotiate a better deal than the smaller competitors. So essentially, we've optimized the supply chain for the biggest companies, and the antitrust was essentially deactivated throughout much of American life, right? You go back to Reagan, although really the story starts with Carter.
Right.
We're steeped in this idea that scale is the way to serve consumers, and so let's just get out of the way of business and let them provide. And, that will deliver innovation. But once you take away competition, of course, what we get is pricing power. And for a long time, these mostly, they're all actually foreign companies in international shipping. There were extensions of state policy in China, South Korea, Taiwan. So they were content to keep shipping costs low as a way to bolster their exports. But once we get a shock, in the great supply chain disruption during the pandemic, we see shipping prices go up tenfold. And we see, you guys were alluding to the fact that I spent some time with almond farmers in Central California. We see almond farmers I visited had an entire crop sold to Dubai, to Japanese purchasers, and they were just sitting on all this crop that they couldn't actually get on a ship because these shipping carriers were making so much money sending factory goods from China to the West Coast of the U.S., which is the gateway for 40% of American imports, that they didn't even want to bother to send empty containers up to the Central Valley to load up with farm products like almonds. They just unloaded factory goods in LA and sent empty containers back across the Pacific. We're talking about burning diesel fuel to send air back across the Pacific so they can get $25,000, $27,000, $28,000 to move a container of factory goods from, a place like Shanghai to LA that used to cost like $2,000, $2,500 during the pandemic. That's largely the story of deregulation.
One thing I think about, though, in particular, and in your book, is kind of the role of consultants here. And I don't want to pile on anyone in particular, but you do single out McKinsey.
I sure do.
You do talk about the lean Taliban. You also get into a lot of just-in-time inventory. For anybody who's taken accounting classes, like we've played around with this, right?
Right.
But this idea, too, that you don't want to have big inventories. You want to be lean and mean, right? So, because those inventories are costly to store them, to have them, and all that thing. And so this financial focus on that and this kind of narrative of saying, be lean and mean, that's a good thing. We've all played a part of it when we go through the quarterly. Lean and mean, this is a good thing for a company. How big a role did that play in getting us so that when the pandemic hit, nobody had excess supply anywhere?
A huge role. We cut inventories to the bone. Publicly traded companies cut inventories to the bone over decades. Now, just-in-time is a sensible idea. It was pioneered by Toyota, end of World War II, devastation, not a lot of capital, not a lot of land to develop. Taiichi Ono, who was running Toyota, pioneers this idea that instead of making as much stuff as possible, like Henry Ford did at Ford, and letting salespeople try to figure out how to sell it, let's just make enough to replenish the cars that we've already sold. Let's get our suppliers to deliver the stuff we need right when we need it, rather than waste capital on warehouses. Hey, that's a good idea. But along come publicly traded companies guided by consultants like McKinsey who say, listen, this should apply to everything, and you should not stop until there's basically no inventory. And what you do is, instead of wasting capital on sticking, auto parts, a warehouse as a hedge against trouble, just liquidate the warehouse, take the cash, give it to yourselves to reward yourselves, corporate executives, for being smart enough to hire McKinsey, give it to shareholders in the form of dividends and share buybacks, and everybody's happy until there's a problem. And this pandemic was not the first time we saw a shock to the system. I mean, I wrote my first supply chain story back in 1999. It was about an earthquake in Taiwan, and back then people said, oh, whoops, we've got computer chip shortages. Maybe we shouldn't concentrate all our industry here. Maybe we should have a little more diversification.
Did we learn our lesson with the computer chip industry?
We sure did not. I tell the story in the book of Henry Ford, who is a problematic figure in history, but knew a thing or two about supply chains and never wanted to be in a position where he could be pinched by a supplier, constrained. Would have been horrified to see what I saw 100 years later as I'm walking the catwalk at his signature River Rouge plant outside of Detroit, where they're making these beautiful F-150 pickup trucks, their most popular vehicle. They've got all the things they need except for the one thing that brings it to life, the computer chip. And I watched them park these cars in the shadow of Ford's corporate headquarters across the street from Henry Ford Elementary School. I mean, he would be spinning in his grave over this. We did not learn the lesson.
I think this is a part, and forgive me if I've got it wrong, but when I read it, Detroit had devolved into a poignant example of what happened when middle-class factory jobs were replaced by poverty-level positions at retailers, warehouses, and fast food chains. Next to the old Highland Park factory, now a forlorn brick shell, a shopping center called Model T Plaza was anchored by a dollar store, a payday lender, and a plasma collection center awaiting people willing to swap blood for cash. The car itself had become an instrument of white flight. Like, that to me says so much of what's going on across America and explains to me politics in a big way.
So that's what I wanted to talk about.
And we want to bring in Doug Krisner's here. We
How are
love.
you? Good to meet you. I'm doing well. Good to see you.
Doug is like this great thinker, and like your book just kind of reminds us of the things we talk about with Doug. So we wanted to bring him into it.
One of the things that's interesting, Tim was going to talk about politics. In the 1992 presidential campaign, Ross Perot was the lone voice who was kind of cautioning against, at that time, what was the North American Free Trade Agreement.
Right.
Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. What's stunning is how quickly the conversation became about China. Why did that pivot happen so quickly, in your view? Away from North America, manufacturing in China.
Well, China operates on a whole different scale than Mexico, right? So Ross Perot, of course, famously warns of the giant sucking sound. And we did lose some jobs in the industrial Midwest to Mexico, but we picked up a lot of jobs because the U.S. and Mexico are economically integrated. And I mean, it's ironic now to think about Mexico as the solution to some of our supply chain problems. But when we import something from Mexico, 40% of the value of that imported good was actually made in the United States. So, we bring in a car that was made in a Mexican factory, and 40% of the value of that car was built by American labor in American factories. The component number for China is 3%. So only 3% of the value of imports from China have American value add. And of course, Chinese state policy is really directed at driving that as close to zero as possible. But I think it's really important to note that a lot of these failures that have fueled the backlash, originally Mexico, now China, I argue in the book, I mean, this is the part nobody really wants to talk about, these are homemade failures. I mean, we have benefited from trade with China. We have benefited from trade with Mexico. We've got a lot of low-cost goods. In the case of Mexico, again, we've boosted our exports. We've got consumers benefiting. A lot of data shows that consumer spending has been juiced by trade with China, and that money ends up, in the hands of American service providers. Our leisure, is more robust. We have more money here. The problem is we haven't cushioned the people who have lost. And we have seen whole communities, industries, really hit hard by this China shock that, a lot of the data shows we're talking 1 million direct jobs in the space of a decade lost to Chinese imports.
But is China the bad guy, or is it investors and companies who constantly were seeking out the low-cost provider?
The ultimate winners are the investor class, without any question. And there's a lot of labor exploitation in China. So, yes, the winners are the people who funded the Clinton campaign and got Bill Clinton to get
Just say nothing of environmental regulation.
Of course.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead, Tim.
Peter, I want to talk about labor exploitation in the trucking industry.
Sure.
Because a common thing that we heard over and over again during the pandemic and the supply chain disruption that we saw was that trucking companies just didn't have enough drivers. They needed people to go learn how to drive a truck and start driving trucks. You found that that wasn't the case. It's just a really, really bad job.
It's a horrible job. I mean, I rode with a trucker in the best possible conditions. A guy who actually likes his job. From Kansas City to Dallas and back in the middle of the winter. I slept in the cab for 2 nights. I watched this man have to worry about caffeinating enough so he wouldn't fall asleep at the wheel, and yet not having to pull over to use the restroom. Truckers are constantly worried about where they're going to park. They're at the mercy of lots of other parts of the supply chain they have no influence over. They can get stuck at warehouses for hours waiting for somebody to load or unload their vehicle because warehouses have shortages of workers. Now, this trucking industry shortage, this is an industry talking point. There's 10 million people in the United States who have licenses to drive long-haul trucks, and we need roughly a third that number. We've run out of people we can feed into the mill who are willing to sign off on these predatory lending arrangements by which truckers pay for their certification, by which they end up buying these vehicles at wildly inflated prices from the trucking companies. Then they're forced to go service these vehicles at places that are, part of the empires of these trucking companies. And so a lot of people, they get tired of being away from their families. They get tired of hearing that they've missed another child's birthday party. They miss people's funerals. It's a tough job. It's always been a tough job. The difference is it's been downgraded to the point that we've run out of takers for this tough job.
What's the remedy, in your view? I mean, how do we get out of the situation that we're in now? I'm listening to the trucking story, and I'm thinking of robotic vehicles that are going to be creeping into the scene pretty soon. So the argument that you're making right now may get a remedy, but it's going to be at the cost of labor in a major way. But what do you think the remedy is longer term?
I mean, I think for openers, we got to look at these predatory arrangements that truckers make with the people coming through these educational mills that set up certification with taxpayer funding. You know, we are paying to feed people into these training programs where they end up getting jobs that pay a fraction of what they've been promised. So that's the first thing to do. Look, automation's inevitable. It's going to happen. But we got to have a conversation about how we compensate the people who are still in the business. We got to make sure that they can get exercise, that they can eat better than they're eating. I mean, the food that you see at these truck stops, it's a tough life. The government has to get involved in looking at these working conditions.
What's the bigger solution, though? Because to me, I'm thinking, all right, if we're bringing a lot of stuff home, maybe more jobs are going to be created back home, but it's going to be more expensive. So get ready to continue to pay more money. But if it means that workers are actually making more and a real living, that's a good thing. So I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what you see as the way forward.
In some cases, if we shift production from China to other countries where wages are higher, if we bring some of it back to the U.S., that'll mostly be automation. Yeah, the cost for some things are going to go up. Some things may go down, some things may go up. But what is the cost that we're paying now that doesn't get factored into the simple, sticker price at the Walmart superstore? What's the cost of running out of medical devices in the middle of a pandemic? What's the cost of discovering that we've depended upon a single country that we've decided is our adversary, that we're having a trade war with, for personal protective gear to give frontline medical workers?
And none of that's really changed, right, dramatically? Or has it?
It's changed somewhat. I mean, I spent a lot of time for the book. I went to Guatemala with Columbia Sportswear. They're looking to move production closer to their biggest market, which is North America. Spent a lot of time in Mexico looking, as we've discussed, how that could potentially be part of the solution to our excessive reliance on China. But China's going to be the center of manufacturing for a really long time, for the simple reason that it's got this unbeatable combination of infrastructure, low cost, efficiency. The question is, how do we compensate the people who we're depending on in our own country? And Henry Ford, again, problematic character for all sorts of reasons, but he got some things right. He doubled wages for his workers in the 19 teens. He was called a communist by some people. He said, look, I'm just trying to sell cars, and I'm trying to sell them at low prices, and any business that's built on low-wage labor is unreliable.
Away from the government, is there a role for organized labor in this?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we should be embracing labor mobilization. I mean, it's bumpy. It does involve higher costs. If you're running a business, you're not delighted that your union is now animated. But first of all, it puts spending capacity in people's pockets, right? It boosts consumer power, which is good for all businesses. And it's simply more reliable if people are at work, not worried about their ability to put groceries on there.
I was thinking about that when I read about precision scheduled railroading in your book, because those were union guys, right?
Right.
But they had a pretty tough gig, too.
Some of them are union guys.
So you wrote about people who missed medical appointments and funerals and were driving so far from their homes in that business. Were the unionized folks who were doing that in a much better position than the non-unionized ones? I mean, because that's a tough gig too.
Look, the unions, were ready to go on strike and couldn't go on strike because there's this law that says they have to basically get the president's permission to strike, and the president didn't grant that permission because it would have been a shock to the system. It would have upped inflation, and that wasn't something that Joe Biden wanted to happen on his watch. But even, this powerful union that got right to the edge of strike, they couldn't get paid sick leave. Biden gave it to them through the bully pulpit, and some of the companies then delivered a few days. But yes, I talked to people who were missing out on, in one case, a guy whose infant, needed cardiac surgery. And he was told, sorry, pal, we need you on the maintenance crew. You can't be home for that. And he finally quit and fired off a letter. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but so much for was it a few years ago, the Business Roundtable stakeholder, think of all the stakeholders, including employees.
That's my last book.
We only have, I know, 20 seconds left. Are we going to run out of things again at some point?
Look, we're still running out of things. Yes, talk to contractors about why they can't build more housing. It's part of why housing is so unaffordable.
This was so much fun. So appreciate it. Thank you so much. Peter Goodman, global economic correspondent, New York Times, his new book, How the World Ran Out of Everything. And then, thanks to our Doug Krisner, too. We really appreciate you coming in.
Nice meeting you.
This was great stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. The book is out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Peter here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio along with Doug Krisner because Daybreak Asia starts pretty soon.
Yeah, Balance of Power, though, starting right now. This is Bloomberg Business Week.